ships. Well, hello and welcome back to the Gimle battles. Today, my ladies and gentlemen, we do something really special. This is the losers bracket of the Gimle battles. So every ship that lost against the Gimle is going to be pitched against each other. And it's not a kind tournament. Oh no. On the losers bracket of things, you get extra few chances. Oh yes, this is single elimination. All of the ships in this list have already lost against the Gimle in the initial battle. But the ship that wins the losers bracket will have a chance to participate in the official tournament again and prove itself against the other ships that actually defeated the Gimle. For that, we will have a more proper tournament, but of course, first we'll need to check if there is anyone in the losers bracket that deserves to be on the winners bracket. Maybe it was unlucky. So, today we will start with some first blood Gimle losers bracket, and we're going to pitch the ships against each other for the first time, and the winner goes through and the loser will see no more. So we'll have to pray that you're lucky in this tournament, because you only get one chance. If you're unlucky, well, you're out. There is only gonna be one battle, and here we have the first of it. Drakenslang Hydrofoil War Canoe Mark II from Borderwise surprisingly lost against the Gimle. Now, I know it can win, but for our battles it did lose. Funny enough, the older version of the Hydrofoil War Canoe was actually a better design against the Gimle, and it turned out to exist in the winners bracket, actually. But the Mark II is in the losers bracket, and it's going to be pitched against... No, this is not the regular good old Gimle. This is the Gimle class after party version. So this little after party version has been fixed and upgraded a tiny bit by me, but mostly by our MIA Captain Y, who at that time fixed up this ship to be able to participate in a ship tournament, I think it was, from Sean Reed, if I don't misremember. And you can see here the after party version is very funny, because basically they are cleaning away, as you can see, obviously. So that's really funny. I wonder how this pirate got on board. Anyhow, we should start the battle. The Gimle after party version, surprisingly enough, even though it is upgraded, it did lose against the original Gimle. Maybe it was luck, we don't know. But now we'll see if, well, the after party version or the Hydrofoil War Canoe, the Drakenslang Mark II, will be able to win this. So, the stakes are high. Shells are coming in here from the Drakenslang. The Gimle is struggling to take out those crams when they come in. You saw one of them pop. I think the business is mutual, because the Drakenslang obviously don't want to be hit by those crams either. Let's see what game speed we have. We have 0.7. Right. Oh, the mortars hit as well. These mortars are pretty weak. But, oh, this is a very surface cram. So we have a very surface cram mortar. Right. It's very even. The Drakenslang Mark II is slightly in the lead, but it's so little it doesn't mean much in this initial stage. The Drakenslang was able to take out a shell coming in there from the Gimle. Now, the Gimle has some decoy crams as well, so I'm a little bit unsure of what are the decoys and what are like the real shells, because obviously I think I made them the same caliber. Oh, bam! Very scary shot here. So we got some different loadout here. We do not have oh yeah, that's really funny. You see these cannons here? I think it may be the Vigoletta Marksman. However, it's not a turret, it only looks like a turret, and that's because in this tournament this ship participated. You were limited on how many sub-objects you can have, so that's why the after-party version of the Gimle has much fewer diff civs, for example. It has much less sub-objects, so it's pretty low lag optimized. I don't see the Gimle's laser, the after-party Gimle's laser shooting much here. Crams are popping through here. Drakenslang is in the lead now by a good bit more than it was before. It's popping up and down. It has a really nice shell avoidance system there, just jumping up and down. And I'm not completely sure what the after-party's crams were now. We of course looked at that in the initial video, but if you happen to well, not have seen that, go watch that so that you can see how it looked like when the battle was online. Same with the after-party version. If you want a good walkthrough of these systems for the after-party version, that video of course already exists. Drakenslang down to 93%, but the Gimle after-party is at 90. Very interesting here. There we got a little bit of a lag spike. I think we should go and investigate what's happening here. Looks like the after-party Gimle has some trouble turning here. A lot of the a lot of the Azibods are offline, are they not? Okay. We're losing. We have a very thin layer of block here on top. This is not looking too good for the Gimle. It looks a bit sad, I must say. Well. I do think there is one neat thing with the after-party version, though. I don't think it shoots as much underwater. So the original Gimle tends to shoot a lot underwater because most ships have, you know, squishy bits underwater. Not the Drakenslang, however, and that proved to be the reason, one of the big reasons the Gimle lost against the Drakenslang. I think it's 1.5. That's actually in the winner's bracket. 88% versus 93. The Gimle after-party seems to not be able to deal much damage here. It is indeed also sinking, is it not? Now we're getting into far view here. When I look at the Drakenslang here, I can really see it should probably be the best idea to bring incendiary weapons against the Drakenslang. And a lot of designs made by Imp do have incendiary weapons, and one, as said, the 1.5 version of the Drakenslang by Borderwise is in the winner's bracket, so maybe they will meet there. It will be very, very interesting to see. Okay. Wow. Borderwise put a lot of detection here in the turrets, did he not? Is this like detection? Is all of it detection? You know what? I think I just have to pause and look. Oh, that's thick layer. Oh yeah. This is some serious detection, man. Well, better than missing the mark, eh? 84% versus Drakenslang is still at 91. Right now, it really looks like we'll not be seeing any more of the after-party version of the Gimle. Oh no. it looks indeed like the Drakenslang is going to win this first battle in the losers bracket in our little first blood. The interior armor has been a bit upgraded here, so I just want to check out how it looks like. Have we suffered some losses to the AI system? It seems not. The Gimle is trying to turn and maneuver around, but it's not doing a very good job, and it looks like some of the firepower here in the front exists, but is not available to participate in this battle. We'll see. The Drakenslang may do like in some earlier battles, get to the Gimle's weak side. And if it does, this battle can end very quickly indeed. Looks seriously like the damage per second output from both vessels have significantly decreased. And the cram cannons are considering a high arc. Very interesting. When Drakenslang is able to hold this particular bearing to the Gimle has a really hard time to deal any damage or get back at it in any way. Yeah, it's looking great for the Drakenslang right now. 10% in the lead. Gimle not able to deal much damage here. You can see we have a cannon firing blanks. That means stuff is disconnected. And at 90%, while we're not having great firepower obviously, those APS cannons are able to deal some decent damage anyways. Oh! But of course, with big crams, anything can happen. So, battle is not over yet. Gimle has basically won battles at a 75% level too, so it can get lucky. I do suspect it will not be this lucky, of course, but we shall see indeed. Well, the stats are looking quite nice still for the Drakenslang. It's keeping this bearing to the aft of the Gimle, and this is of course great news, because the Gimle has not been able to get much damage back in a while. So the after party iteration of the Gimle is probably no more very soon. But we'll see what's happening in case the Drakenslang has a change of minds and move around and puts itself to another bearing. Perhaps the Gimle could deal some damage back instead. These front Arcoballista Invictus cannons are just waiting for something to shoot at. Indeed it is. This thing is somehow still alive. I think it hasn't reloaded. It is, you know, it's a diff. It's a diff damage dealing system. Oh man, that was a pretty good hit. I am. Not the killer shot, but like could have been. Scary stuff that. Oh well. Oh, look at that. The Gimle got a fatal hit. The superstructure has now gone down. Oh my. How to command the Gimle now? This will be very difficult, I'd say. How is the AI compartment looking here? Maybe fine, but 64%, it is so dead. Yep. I'd be highly surprised if the results shift in any way by now. That would be just a crazy, insane, lucky strike shot. That would be too silly. Also, the time is running out for this battle. It's limited 15 minutes per battle, and we're up to 11 minutes. Oh, and the Gimle is despawning. Congratulations! Drakenslang will not be eliminated. The Gimle After Party version. Well, built by me and captained by, and I think a bit Sean Reed too. Well, it is indeed First Blood. Very symbolic, because this is indeed the loser's bracket for the Gimle battles, so it would be symbolic, isn't it? Very nice. Well, in any case, next battle. Next out, we have the Argente Gris by Blitz Bunny. Now in AOG colors. I can definitely see it doesn't look good in AOG colors. Anyways, these splendid colors though. Anyways, which will challenge Valantis Mark IV by Parzival, which we've seen pretty recently, because this ship got into the tournament a little bit late due to me wanting to even out the brackets and it following the official rules and stuff like that. See that battle separately if you have not already. Alright, we have automatic cannon fire popping in here against the Argente Gris. What will Blitz Bunny do to counter this? Are we gonna fire some cram shells? Now, I've done so many battles, I do not quite remember exactly what weapon systems each of them have, but obviously this is cram cannons. Oh my! And the anti-munition system. Oh! The Argente Gris has the ability to overwhelm a lot of people's Civ's defenses, but the health of those shells are a little bit too small. So you can see here that the Valantis by Parzival, she is basically just shooting down all of that damage coming in there. Brutal and effective. That's why you have Civ's cannons. Look at it. Another volley is coming. Bam! No problem at all. Well, the APS damage is harder to take out. We can see some cannons have been damaged already. We also seem to have a couple of missiles popping in there. I do wonder what these missiles are doing here. I don't remember what damage type it is, of course. But next time they pop in, I'm going to do a tiny little analyzation. Okay, we have fins here. We got, looks like a simple explosive. I wonder if these perhaps are mainly to take out detection and be a big distraction too. I think they might be a distraction as well. Which might be smart, but it seems that Valantis doesn't want to target decoys very well. I think the Valantis cram systems are, or anti-cram systems are set up to be specifically that, and not shoot very much at incoming missiles. And the cool thing with using medium missiles is that the medium missile is 1000 millimeter. So if you want your Civ system to shoot at crams and missiles, it might be a good idea to distract that system, said system, with medium missiles. Also, if you want to get through defenses that are set up to be very strong, the thing you can do is to shoot 1000 millimeter crams. Yes, they will be more weak, but you can make them pretty strong too. And if you shoot 1000 millimeter crams, a lot of people's Civ's defenses will not target your cram shells because they may be set up to not target things that are, you know, less than 1500 millimeters. Or basically, you know, like that. So, a little tip there. The Argente Gris is not looking too good here. Oh no. Down to 79%. These cram cannons, it's as simple as this. They don't stand a chance against the Civ system of the Valantis. So Valantis Mark IV, she can just continue deal damage, and the RNS Argente Gris just have to take it. No weapon systems to deal with this incoming fire either. So it is what it is. Well, we'll see if the battle changes in any way, shape or form, but it's very unlikely to see. Valantis, she's at 98%. That is a quite strong domination of this battle here. Well, Valantis, maybe we'll see Valantis pitched against the Gimle's winners in the future. Who knows? There is many participants in the losers bracket, however, so we'll have many videos where the ships will be shown for the first and last time in this tournament after the Gimle battles. Again, if you want to see more of the Argente Gris or the Valantis, they both have separate battles, best of 3 versus the Gimle. So that might be quite good to know if you want some more action. Well, the Argente Gris is 66%. Doesn't look like it's dealing much damage. It indeed is not. And the Valantis, well, at 98% still. Bum. Looks like those missiles made a lot of the heavy lifting for the Argente Gris's part. Because the damage that has come in, it seems to have mostly been them. Now, what I think would have been pretty smart here, I think it could have been a good idea to, instead of making those incoming missiles frag, what if we could make heat charges and targeting the turret, targeting hot blocks with laser pointers and stuff like that. We could basically make it target turrets specifically. If that medium missile system shot at hot blocks, it would target this shield. And if it targets that shield using a shape charge, it will be very effective at taking out turrets. Well, enough with this battle. Congratulations to Valantis Mark IV by Parzival. First battle in the losers bracket is indeed a success. Well, Argente Gris, we won't be seeing any more of this beautiful ship in this little tournament, I think not. However, let's just take a paused moment to appreciate this beautiful little matros, or I don't know, ships, first ship's mate, looking here at sports television or something. All right. We'll be back with another battle in a moment. See you now. Next up, we will have DPS Old Jack versus the Super Meg. So, let's get into it. So, here we have the DPS Old Jack by Lenny. There is a new Jack too, by the way. Unfortunately, also in the losers bracket. But DPS Old Jack and DPS New Jack and Old Jack, yes, they're here. Yeah, I think challenge.org pitched Old Jack versus New Jack in the first roll, but the matchups was kind of boring, so I re-rolled it, but that would have been a little bit funny. Here we have the Super Meg by Drip was taken, so we're gonna see how the Super Meg performs against the DPS Old Jack. Battle is commencing. And while we're at this little initial stage of the battle, do keep in mind that we have a little Discord community. It is listed as a community, proper community, so you can basically just Google it up to join it. If you want to join that, we have some nice From the Depth and other fun creative games conversations there. Oh bam, that's a big boom. I'm so curious to see what shells we have here. Is this armor piercing? I think that this is armor piercing high explosive, right? Oh, bam. They seem to be shooting through this armor pretty decently. And in the front here, we got... Do we have a... Oh, no. This is a laser. I almost thought it was a sandblaster of some kind. Well, well. Blue lasers popping up there. We have laser and cram combo, a very classic combo. The Gimle uses that, of course, too. Very well indeed. Oh! The old Jack got a big damage. Poor thing, what happened? Where did we got hit? Oh my. The old Jack is a little bit old, as the name suggests, so I think it is also a little bit susceptible to fire, just like the Gimle is now, with fire mechanics. The Gimle construction of the Gimle began before the fire mechanic was a thing, so it's really old. All right. Oh, sorry. Trying to utilize the new cameras. I'm not doing a good job, I know. Anyways. I'm gonna have smooth free cam instead. What? Lenny's DPS old Jack is switching the table around. Super Meg by Drip was taken is down to 85%. Looks like some proper damage was applied here. Oh, bam! Look at this. Oh, yeah, I know what's happened. See, Lenny's DPS old Jack uses armor piercing high explosive. And armor piercing high explosive is great if you want to get rid of people who are trying to use the pesky way of building turrets, which is called turret necks. I'm a fierce opponent of turret neck, and I do thick neck turrets, no neck turrets. Just make the head larger. Yep, just make it larger, no turret necks, that's a weak point. Because the thing is, the explosive damage does weird things, so it kind of wants to move itself into weird spaces, right? So what basically can happen is that explosive damage is gonna be applied in this little tight space, and explosive damage in tight spaces somehow gets boosted damage as well. So probably that happened. Those AP HE shells got in there and made it a tough time for those turret nicks. Oh, bam! Look at this! We're burning straight through here. This laser is gonna keep fixed. Man, that's pretty cool. So the Super Meg looks like she wants to bisect poor old Jack. Alright. We don't have a lot of damage popping in here from the old Jack. This battle has really gotten a bit slow here. We're gonna see what happens here. Because obviously both the Super Meg and the old Jack are so damaged. This has been a proper battleship brawl, man. They really hurt each other real bad. So the damage being dealt is a little bit gimped now. Oh, bam, but that was a good hit on the superstructure. I hope old Jack got redundant detection, because if... okay, now we have a ship called Jack, so ships are usually she's, but if it's Jack, will we do an exception, or if is it still a she? Tell me, ship nerds, in the comment field. I think I know the answer, because I know that there was a ship called Bismarck and stuff like that, but I'm sure you know better. Anyways, the time limit for this battle is 15 minutes. Worst case scenario, it's gonna continue this until 15 minutes and we'll have a winner, basically. And that's the person with the best health, mainly. So we have 1 cram cannon versus 1 APS cannon. And other than that, ooh, we have a laser detonated one there. About laser detonation. No, that's just some interceptors. Well, I can see on these interceptors they would have needed a reversed launch. I'll still need to do a follow-up on my interceptors video, if I haven't done that already, of course, by the upload of this video, but I suspect not. It's not on the highest priority on my list. I have many things to record. Well, 77 versus 64 percentages. Big ships being sad is maybe the title of this. No, it's First Blood, of course. Episode 1. Yeah, having the rules set up like this single elimination for everyone in the losers bracket, it's harsh. But initially, I didn't intend for the ships in the losers bracket to be participating or be shown again. So having a, yes, harsh, but existing tournament for the losers bracket to the Gimle Challengers is a addition. So you may think it's harsh with single elimination, just 1 battle. Well, it was worse before, that's all I'm saying. AOG Invictus, yes, join today. By the way, you can join the army of GMODIST in the Discord if you want to be a, well, an enlisted in the AOG, you can do that. If, however, you want to be a commissioned officer, well, then you can join, of course, as well. That you will, however, do on Patreon. So I will just take this time to say big thanks to our commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, which is Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Jode, Captain Shuro, Commander Morden, Lieutenant Ant-O, Cravey, Flauros Dragon, Powered by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, and Scooby Rocks. If you joined very recently or if you're a cadet, well, thanks for your support as well. Lieutenants and above will be read up in future videos, of course. Yes. In any case, it looks like we got a winner. The Super Meg Drip was taken, is indeed a superior ship. The Old Jack is despawning. It's dead and gone. Now, it was great by the Old Jack to bring some armor-piercing high explosives so we could see what that can do to a ship. And, well, Drip was taken, should be really happy, because I think the Old Jack was a very dangerous matchup for the Super Meg, since it indeed had the ability to gimp a lot of these turrets. Well, hello. This is your host, Eric of GMODIST, and we're back here with the Gimle Tournament Losers Bracket, where the losers to the Gimle who lost against single combat best of 3 against the Gimle, those who lost get a second chance, despite what we said earlier. But it's pretty harsh. It's a single elimination. And this is the second iteration of this little series. This is the Royal Bastard, and it will be meeting Lenny's updated design, the new Jack. Not to confuse with the old Jack from the previous episode. Now, the new Jack is a complete overhaul and has quite a different loadout of weapons, which then in theory should be much more effective at defeating the Gimle at least. We shall see, however, how the new Jack fares against the Royal Bastard by Not the Guy. So new Jack is same builder as old Jack, which is Lenny, and the Royal Bastard is by Not a Guy. So let's start this first blood little tournament and see what's going on here. All right. It will be very interesting to see how this little battle will commence. Last time the DPS old Jack had a pretty close call with the Super Mega Bidrick was taken, but now we shall see how Lenny's upgraded or new loadout of a design can deal with something like the Royal Bastard. Now, if you want to see in more action exactly how the DPS new Jack and old Jack and all of that perform, and the Royal Bastard of course, do please check out the video dedicated for this, because obviously they have already participated in battle before. We seem to have armor piercing high explosive for both of the guns, right? No? This is actually Disruptor Conduit. Are all of the shells like that? That is very surprising. Okay, so that's basically EMP rod. You can see some EMP damage leaking through there. By the way, if you want to know how to set up big battles like this, I would recommend you to check out the video on the GMODIST channel, my second channel. I made a little tutorial on how to set up big battles with the Gimle rules, also explain them in detail and stuff like that, if you were wondering. Now this is funny because from my knowledge, radar are not able to see through glass. So all of these radars should be absolutely useless here. Here we got some cameras, that's fine though. But not infrared cameras if we got them there. Well. Oh bam! The Royal Bastard got a real bad hit here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to see what happened here. This is some properly heavy armor protected design. It's completely empty. You know what I think? I think this is a classic case of autoloaders with no emergency ejection defuses despite using chemical payload. Yeah, okay. That could have been avoided, just saying. I wanna see when another one of the APS guns fire. Wrong. Because I wanna see. The DPS new Jack is behind in points though. Are you dead already? What's up with you? No, we have parts along here. Maybe it's just not reloaded. Oh, here we have another one. Is this dead? Or did it only get detached from the connection? It's possible too. Well, looks like it. Bam. Oh, the DPS new Jack is absolutely excellent at picking off these turrets. These turrets are very weakly designed. Oh, bam! You can see him shedding turrets like this. Oh no, and we're up for the next one right here. Any second. You can see it already targeted. I bet there is a... oh, bam! Look at that. We'll just have to pause and check out here. Bam! Do you see this? All this tiny fragmentations from the explosion. Bam! Brutal. Yep. Yep. That's what's gonna happen if you don't have emergency ejection defuses and ejectors on your turrets. It's not looking amazing for the Royal Bastard, but the last word is not spoken, my ladies and gentlemen. Oh no. These cram cannons are dealing some serious business. So Lenny used some nice backstacked era here too, so that's very strong against penetration. Looks like... No, we have emergency ejection defuse... no, I don't know, we have ejectors at least. I think we have defuses too, if I remember correctly when looking at the shell. Alright. The new Jack is at 88%, and the Royal Bastard is honestly... it has more health left. Well, not anymore. But cram cannons, they can hit hard. If they hit, of course. But you can see this is a seriously damaged turret, and it probably doesn't fire due to fail safes. Yeah, for some guns it's actually a good idea to not have fail safes, because if you do, you may gimp yourself if you have a lot of armor in front of yourself. Very interesting indeed. These interceptors should absolutely fire when it's... oh yeah, they do fire when we have cram cannon shots in combat. That's good. So as said, this is single elimination, which means that this battle is decisive. If luck is on your side, congratulations. If it's not, too bad. The winners brackets tournament will be a little bit more forgiving with double elimination, but for the losers bracket it's single elimination because, again, I didn't intend to have this before either, so the tournament was initially only to be for the winners bracket, but I wanted to give the best of the losers a second chance, so we will decide that by deciding it with the single combat. Right, so the new Jack is struggling to deal damage. Those APS cannons may have not been the most strongly designed designs in this world. This is true, but the cram cannons, double barrel cram cannons, looks like some pretty decent Tetris too. Which basically means that this is not gonna die just yet. That's some proper 3D Tetris here. Double barrel cannons, they are not gonna die just like that. But the Royal Bastard is now behind in health. So we shall indeed see if the DPS New Jack is able to uphold this advantage with its singular APS cannon dealing all of the damage here. We can see we have holes all over the place. Those fragmentations are not kind to the Royal Bastard. Frag Cram is a really good weapon to bring to big battleship battles, as you probably know. $83 versus 76%. And since the cram cannons are not targeting the new Jack's remaining 3-barrel turret, well, I guess we will not be that surprised by the results. But again, those crams are scary, so anything can technically happen, of course. But at 75%, well, it doesn't look that good. There are so many holes all over the place. A single well-aimed shot will basically mess it up real bad for the Royal Bastard. We can see, where is the cannon? Oh yeah, we have started to target another one of the cannons. The turrets Oh no, now there is no turret being targeted. I feel it should probably keep a little bit longer dealing damage to particular targets here. Did we have an AI hit? It looks like the Royal Bastard is unable to maneuver correctly. Oh yes, it has hit despawn territory. I think either something very important was shot, or it simply died. Or AI kill or something, I don't know. But what matters is, congratulations Lenny, the DPS new Jack has had severely better luck than the old Jack. That will have to say clearly an improvement based on this little battle, of course. Different enemies, so we can't say for certain, but man, good job. And to Not the Guy, thanks for the submission. This is the last we will see of the Royal Bastard for the Gimle Tournament battles. Hopefully you'll send in another design in the future, and well, if you want to upgrade your designs, of course, check out our tutorials to learn how to best do it. We got that video on how to build a successful battleship design or winning battleship design discussing this topic. Anyways, next battle, which will be Scyther Shepherd versus Harbor 033, yes. Here we are with the second little battle of this video, which is Nevada by Harbor and Scyther Shepherd's Super Annihilator. This beautiful thing is the Nevada. Absolutely stunning design. We can see it here. If you want to watch it more closely, please check the previous video showcasing this only. Very, very beautiful details here. A lot of thought has been put into these details, and you can see it's pretty cool. We got like rooms and stuff. Yes. Anyways, this looks pretty neat in Army of GMODIST colors, I must say. Very, very splendid indeed. We got some civs turrets all over the place. I must say I kind of forgot how it looks like. It definitely looks very different with this color scheme, I assume, because I almost won't recognize it. Absolutely stunning. I absolutely adore this little pool area here. That's so cool. I feel like I feel like I haven't seen this pool areas. Obviously I have, but yeah. Check the previous for more details and stuff, but it looked super nice. Very, very neat. So, the Nevada by Harbor, looking like a pretty heavy front shooting design, most likely. Oh, very modern bridge here, yes. Well, which will be fighting Scyther Shepherd's Super Annihilator. And the Super Annihilator, she has the very, very easy to see Scyther Shepherd design with the black, white, very strong contrast type of design. Looking much more traditional in terms of battleship builds, which usually means stronger, but we shall see indeed how it performs against Nevada. Obviously, both of these ships lost against Gimle, so that's the only thing we know they got in common. Wow. Interesting. I kind of don't remember if this is extra turrets or if they're just here for the looks. Nevertheless, the looks are very nice, and we got some different interceptors and stuff here. Different types of detection and weapon and stuff like that. Alright, let the battle commence. Ooh, pretty strong laser there by the Nevada. Reminds us a lot about the Gimle's laser design. Looks like Cyto Shepherd's Super Annihilator is waiting a little bit with turning its turrets towards the enemy. They seem to have a lower range set. Interesting. This can't possibly be a beneficial way to do it, can it? The Civ's cannons are indeed very engaged. And we got a lot of shells coming in here. Disruptor conduits. We fire in like bursts. We have a party mix magazine. So this is a Hesh high explosive squash head. Yeah, that's set up to deal with turrets and interiors like this very harshly. I do wonder, however, Cyto Shepherd's turret seems to be completely messed up. Whoa, they're like mega messed up. Huh. I wonder if Cyto Shepherd's design kinda doesn't have the opportunity to move the turrets because of the turret collision update thing. Because when that happened, we allowed everyone who sent in a design to update their design so that it's actually working. I think perhaps Cyto Shepherd did not. Possibly Cyto Shepherd did not. So most likely the Super Annihilator, she's gonna die. Obviously the weapons are not dealing damage. We have all sorts of internal fires here with the steam boilers. Yeah, this is not even a match. This is just brutal. We're just grinding the poor Super Annihilator down to its last components. Whoa! A turret has turned. That is weird. Is it because we kind of damaged the sides and the... Oh! So much of the armor. Okay, so the Super Annihilator, she got helped by the Nevera, who just grinded down the armor enough so she can turn its turrets. Poor thing. Well, obviously this ain't really a match. She's gonna die. Very, very hard. So I guess we can admire the brave Nevera and its crew for the fantastic performance of publicly scrapping the Super Annihilator to never appear in another Gimle battle ever again. No, this is its last chance. When it dies, it's dead. Under construction. Well, nice interiors. Actually, very nice interiors. It's like some... looks really neat, actually. We have a blast door too. We have like started on so much interiors. Man, Harbor 033, if you're watching this, which I hope you are, you'll need to update this interior. This looks nice. This has so much potential. If you updated the interiors and makes it look real nice, and also upgrade these weapons a little bit, I can promise you a unofficial updated battle with the Nevera Mark II. Because I would like to experience those interiors when they are finished. Well, Cyto Shepherd's Super Annihilator is no more. And Harbor's Nevera is the victor of this design. Well, thanks for the design, Cyto Shepherd, but you'll have to submit new designs in the future challenges, because the Super Annihilator is no more. Congratulations then to the Nevera by Harbor. We'll be moving on to the next battle now, which we shall certainly do. For this little battle, we have another little Gimle upgrade. So Kevin Try attempted to make the Gimle Mark II. Do keep in mind that this is not the official Gimle Mark II. I will make a Gimle Mark II upgrade, which will be my doing. The Gimle Mark II, this one is by Kevin Try, who tried to upgrade the Gimle to make it better than the original. However, it wasn't quite better and it lost against the Gimle in the battle versus it and the Gimle. So this is the Mark II of the Gimle. It has some different loadout, and again, please check out the video well, looking through that with its original battle, of course. And the Gimle Mark II is going to face UCS Resolute by Omicron. Both Kevin Try and Omicron are in the army of GMODIST, if I recall correctly, both as matroses. So, thanks for your fantastic service building these ships for these battles, of course. In any case, we're going to see if Gimle's Mark II, we're going to see if Kevin Try's Gimle's Mark II is stronger than UCS Resolute or not. I do remember that the Gimle Mark II battle was a pretty grindy one, so it's gonna be interesting. And I don't really have in my head what upgrades were made. But I think most of the gun systems have been upgraded, some of the armor and the loadout for the weapons that are not exchanged have been updated. Oh bam! The Gimle's cram cannons took and made a real beating of the Resolute last time, but that was the original Gimle. Ooh. They are getting through still here, so this is very interesting. The Resolute is behind in health right now. The Gimle Mark II looks pretty similar to the original Gimle. There are some differences, of course, but I think they are, if I recall correctly, they are less significant than the upgrades made to the Gimle class Afterparty, who we will not be seeing anymore, however, because it indeed lost its battle. Looking, I think it looks pretty similar. I think we have some added armor here, right? Yeah, I think we got some boosted armor. Well, it's not this video where we're going to look at the exact changes and upgrades, however. For that, you probably know where to find the video, which is in the playlist of the Gimle battles, of course. Well, 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 the Gimle Mark II by Kevin Try. She is at 98%, and the UCS Resolute by Omicron is at 98 as well. Right now, it's extremely even, and we have no idea which will be the victor so far. While we are checking out this little combat, I will just say huge thanks to all of the supporters in the army of GMODIST as commissioned officers, which is Patreon. Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Commander Morden, Lieutenants Anto, Kraby, Force Dragon, Powered by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, and Scooby Rocks. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month. It really helps. And also to all of the cadets and the Ecclesiarchy of GMODIST. And if you are in the Ecclesiarchy, you probably know that you have early access to videos, which may be the reason you joined. I'm very curious to see. We have a proper sandblaster system here. Yes, we do. Heavy heads, I believe it is. They are probably the system that's doubling as crams as well. Or cram killers, I mean. 95.4% and 96.8 on the Gimle. Very hard to see which will win so far. Well, well. Mm. 94 versus 96. Damage is being dealt and exchanged, but despite this, are we holding a unusually large distance or something? Because something with the battles feels slower than it should be. Ooh, look at that. I bet we got some heat decoys here, right? Hahaha. Stone tetras. We gotta have a lot of heat decoys here. Gimle's laser, by default at least, likes to target hot blocks. So it's reasonable to hide some material. Yeah. There's a lot of a little different things you can do, but it's really smart to hide the decoys in a very material efficient material like stone in a cluster like this. Also, that we have wooden half blocks like this also means that they are much lighter than whole blocks. That's most likely intentional as well. However, Kevin tries Gimle Mark II is taking a beating here. It is 5% behind in stats. Yet it looks to be pretty a-okay. It doesn't look that damaged. Well, well. 90 versus 94, 98. I don't even know which one I should root for, because the UCS Resolute is fun, because it's a unique design, and I absolutely love this sideways swiveling guns. Maybe not the best design from a performance standpoint, but it looks so darn cool. I just like it. We'll see, however. I should root for the Gimle, of course, but because I know I will make a new version Mark II, yeah, it's not as important. The Gimle will be represented later on a little bit anyways, and we have so many battles with the original Gimle that I have been itching to replace it with an upgraded version for so long, and that others had tried to upgrade the Gimle before me is very cool. Just very cool. Well, 78 percentages versus UCS Resolute's 94. I don't understand why it has so many damage types. It feels that all of them are not as effective. I think this Sandblaster metric is really what we're at, what we are tracking and using as we speak. Well, cram shells are still coming in here, and they are not just a little bit scary, they are extremely scary, and if they hit the wrong spot, well, the UCS Resolute is no more. Hitting the AI compartment, or say that this build has only all remaining engines on one space, if we land a cram there too, it won't probably be able to go anywhere either. Well. The Resolute is shooting out crams incoming there. Now we have a 10% difference in who's the lead, and it looks like the UCS Omicron is able to deal much better with the Gimle Mark II's cram cannons than it did the original Gimle. Very, very nice. Man, this Sandblaster like tactic is just so brutal. You can just see blocks peeling off like this. It's just designed to focus and shoot on hot blocks like this. And of course, behind turrets, we usually hide some stuff too. So, for this case, we have a backup AI behind the computer, for example. We've got some engines and stuff. And the turret can basically provide a type of protecting shield because it is a loose block of health points. If that makes any sense. I don't know. Well, well. It's been 7 minutes in this battle, but it just feels so much longer. It's a bit grindy. Also, the fast-firing sandblasters, I think they may be targeting hot blocks as well. And in front of turrets, you usually place a shield, and the shield is usually a hot block, which means that if you put shields on your turrets, the enemy can automatically target the turrets if you have shields on them, because the shields get warm. Yeah. And when the shields are warm, you can set the AI to target hot blocks, and the shield is then a hot block, and the enemy's weapons will shoot at the hot block, which means you have no more shield. So that can be good to know. Just skipping on armor and only having a water/water, like when you're just having it proofed like that, it won't, work. Now I kind of lost my train of thought there, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're just going to see. It looks really like the Gimle is going to be grinded down here. The sandblaster tactic is pretty efficient, and you can see maybe it is targeting clusters, honestly, because these hot blocks here should not be like there shouldn't be. Oh yeah, there might be hot blocks here. We actually got this thing, the engine here. We have some auxiliary engines there. So the Gimle Mark II needs to be extremely lucky to win this. Of course, these cram shells are dangerous. They just need to hit something fatal. Otherwise, the Resolute by Omicron will probably take home this victory. I'm a little bit uncertain, actually, if all of them are. This is a heavy head, right? I think it is. That could have been a squash head, but I think it may be a heavy head. This is heavy head 2, I think. And they're dealing a lot of kinetic damage, that's for true. If you're pitching it against targets that don't really have a lot of armor, you can get through a lot of things. So if you're facing targets made of stone and wood mainly, heavy heads might be the thing you need. Look at that indeed. 73%, yes. Well, just to do a little check here. There's so many blocks missing inside. Wow. I'll just pause it quickly. Oh, bam! So the fast-firing AI. Oh, wow. This AI is just hanging on a very thin line. Look at that. The main AI has almost been killed. It's still active though. But you can see this laser turret ain't burning anymore. And the reason for this, well, it doesn't target, so it doesn't shoot, so we'll have to wait. Well, we passed 10 minutes and the Kevin Try, Gimle Mark II, is not looking very happy here. It feels like the AI is starting to getting targeted by that sandblaster all the time, and the Resolute's Omicron is at 91.8%. Absolutely insane. Well, in the meantime, while we're watching to see if any results would turn around, Very unlikely, but those crime cannons can get the lucky shot, so you never know. I will just say, do know that we have the Relaxism channel for some relaxing content. Hopefully I gotten up on the 24/7 little soundscape live streams there if you want to tune in there. And the GMODIST channel, I hope it doesn't, but I think it might need a few subscribers more. It's not quite there to 1,000 subs. I will need to get to 1,000 subs before I can apply it to the YouTube partnership program, which basically mean that the ads that are shown on the channel, YouTube has to start sharing the revenue with me. Until then, they don't have to. They can take all that money. So I'll do the work and they keep the money. So that's not fair. So if you want to make it a little bit more beneficial for me, please subscribe to the GMODIST and Relaxism channel. I know it's really cringe to ask that, but if you want to keep your subscription feed real minimalistic, well, do remember to leave a support like to this and these and many of our videos, because that will help me a lot as well. Well, UCS Resolute by Omicron Mark 1 MK1. Congratulations, you are the victor of this battle, and we'll be seeing more of the Resolute in the upcoming battles here for the Losers Bracket Tournament First Blood. And, well, the Gimle Mark II upgrade by Kevin Try, it's dead this time as well. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing any more of this Mark II of the Gimle, but of course I'll do my official upgrade, so you will see the Mark II version. The Mark II, maybe I should call it the Mark III. I mean, Kevin Try is a matros in the army of GMODism, so perhaps the Mark II is like official in some sense, even though it's mainly on paper. Yeah, actually, Gimle, my upgrade of Gimle should probably be Mark III. Or maybe it should actually be Mark IV, because the after party version also exists, made by MIA Captain Y and me in conjunction for that tournament. So actually my upgraded version of the Gimle might be the Mark IV, by all sense. By all sense. Because Captain Y is of course also Army of GMODism Captain. Well, anyways, huge congratulations to Omicron and Kevin Try, the Mark II of the Gimle. Well, it couldn't beat it, we won't see it more in this little tournament. But, Kevin Try, you have a lot of submissions, so you fear not. Your submissions will be tested one and one in this little tournament, indeed. So, more about that later. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GMODism channel. Oh yes, indeed. Today we are going to continue with the Gimle's Losers Bracket, which I kind of called in my project files the Revenge Tournament. Because of course the winner of the Losers Bracket will be welcome back to the Winners Bracket and fight all the victors of the Gimle there. I think I probably am the person you're watching who has the weirdest camera colors. Can you see I'm a little bit like pink here? That's not my mood light this time. I've been trying to set up really hard my camera so that it works reasonably. It just doesn't, but it's also a Wish.com camera from 2018, and yeah. Not sure why I wanted to tell you that, but now you know why my colors are weird sometime. I do weird settings. So yeah, I need to update that sometime. Anyways, this is the... wait, this is pretty interesting. This is pretty interesting. So we have two ships which are a little bit similar here. We have the... This is the Millennium Zenith Star by Starreach. And now I don't remember exactly. If these are airships that can't go up, well, we'll need to fix that, of course. Well, anyways. Let the battle commence. I really choose a interesting color here, I think. I set up a new coloring scheme. It looks kind of like Lego. I'm not sure about this. I used too bright colors. Anyways, the Singularity version 2, if I recall correctly, we actually spawned that on the ground level as well. But obviously the Singularity, the Millennium Zenith Star, that is an airship that needs to... okay, never mind. Alright, we spawned them both in the air because of course these are both airships. The brackets are like randomized. So I didn't choose to have two airships against each other, but I think that's pretty cool. Then we can really see which is the better airship. And of course, both these are participating against the Gimle. Spoiler alert, both of them loses against the Gimle. But if you want to see them more in detail, how they are built, what weapons they have, what loadout and stuff, you can of course check that. We got a lot of missiles here. This is like interceptors. And I don't think the Zenith Star cares too much about that. They both have a lot of interceptors, of course, because they are of course made to fight in Gimle. Alright. I forgot cinematic cameras, and now we are smoother. Alright then. A lot of EMP popping up here. That's some really scary penetrating pack. Bam! That is a scary pack. That particle cannon is not to game around with. Holy moly, this is for Zenith Star. Look at this. No, that's maybe not the... I don't know which is the pack and which is the... Oh no, that is the plasma, right? Because it looks like the pack is an EMP, right? No? That looked like a scary thing, right? So we have a probably mixed shot with a pack here. I don't quite remember. And the Millennium Zenith have some really scary penetrators going on there. So we can see we got some EMP sparking around here too. So we're soon getting through to the engines. Really looks like the Millennium Zenith is gonna lose, but I'm not too sure about that because if I recall correctly, the Singularity... Oh, never mind. The Singularity is gonna win. The Singularity is gonna win this. No question about it. Look at the poor thing. Well, Millennium Zenith Star is no more. It has died, and in the losers bracket here on the Gimle Tournament we are really hardcore, so there is only one battle per entrant. Not in the winners bracket, that's gonna be double elimination of course, but in the losers bracket this is what it is. So, well, I absolutely loved the look of the Millennium Zenith Star by Star Reach. Very beautiful design, but it will be seen no more. Game over. Big congratulations to Squick. The Singularity version 2 did indeed provide some crazy scary weapons. I think I'll have to check out this plasma a little bit sometime in the future, because that was an impressive display against the Zenith Star. In any case, let's move on to the next battle. Next up, we have two folks who have been on the channel for quite some time, both of them. This is the Secret Advisor, also known as Kovrax nowadays, with the Exerfire. And Kovrax is a really good min-max builder, man. This is like the emperor of diff guns, usually. But this is a cram design mainly. It doesn't have that many diff guns. And since Kovrax has such a very good and skilled min-max designs like that, now I think these might be a little bit problematic here, but I think I just missed these. It would be nice to flip them because this is like internal propulsion, which is not quite allowed. But that is my sins for previous times, obviously. Did I DQ this? I don't think I did. Well, shame on me, but it's an easy fix. Otherwise, it's very abiding by the rules here. You can see it is under the block count, which was extremely hard for Kovrax, because Kovrax really likes to build with a lot of blocks, a lot of big hollow wood designs. You've seen many ships before here. But it was a great surprise that the ECCLESIARCHY lost against the Gimle. I did not expect that, and honestly I don't think Kovrax expected that either. But it did. Then we have Kevin Try, who has a lot of designs submitted to this little challenge. This is Kevin Try's attempt of not upgrading the Gimle to Mark II, but trying to upgrade the BBS 5th season by Bungalow Bill, I think it was, which is an Onyx Watch fan build originally. So this is like a fan upgrade of a fan build. Well, you've seen them before in the previous battle. If you want to check out their loadouts a little bit more, you can do that there. Well, let's check out which will be the stronger between these two formidable losers against the Gimle ship. So, oh, we got that burst fire really hurting the sides here of the ECCLESIARCHY. Well, they are awaiting to fire. Oh, look at that. They are kind of changing aim points back and forth, looking for somewhere to shoot at. We'll need to check out when they do fire. So we're just gonna pause briefly here and see what Kevin Try's system. How is the BBS 5th season 2 faring here? We are shooting heavy heads. This is a proper sandblaster here. This must be perfect to shoot against this thing here. Yeah, I think the BBS 5th season 2 has good chances. I think it's set up in a way that deals very well with a type like the ECCLESIARCHY. But the secret advisor Kovrax is a very skilled builder, so we will see here. He usually wins with everything is unseen, basically. Oh, so we got proximity explosion. I wonder if we have some issues here with the detection or something. Oh, interesting. So the BBFC season, what are we doing here? Are we trying to get away from the battle? You might get some penalty points if you do that. Well, it's very close. Look at that. The BBS 5th season is really working to shoot down those cram cannons when they come in with everything it got, but it leaks through. It leaks through, and oh, 90%, 98%. BBS 5th season 2 is taking some super heavy hits here. All these sandblasting in old honor, but when it comes to big cram cannons, if you can't avoid them, you gotta shoot them down. And if you don't, well, you're probably not gonna win. I don't believe the BBS 5th season will make this. I do wonder, however, why the ECCLESIARCHY's cram cannons are so extremely inaccurate. We're having some trouble turning the right sides towards the enemy here. Oh, now the secondary cram barrage is popping in here. We got a lot of shells. Oh yeah. A lot of shells incoming. Here you can see them coming there. Just spreading out here. It's almost like they explode before they hit. Ooh. I did forget about that. Otherwise, either the laser targeting for deciding the range is a little bit weird, or they are set to explode in front of an enemy. But that would not be a really good way to shoot against armored targets like the Gimle. It would be better to use that to shoot against other stuff. Like, for example, if you want to shoot against, yeah, basically hollow wooden designs like the Exit Fire, that would be a nice setup. Oh, bam. Now we are getting in some scary hits here. This is brutal indeed. Well, let's see how the Exit Fire is looking. When it comes to designs like this, you really have to grind our health down. They have a really sturdy type of redundancy, so it's not easy to get them down on their knees. 90% it is down at. I really feel that it would have been great for an enemy that wants to, it's gonna deal with the Exit Fire next, assuming it wins. They better have Incendiary with a lot of oxidizers. We can see some of the cram cannons here are damaged. Oh my, they are shooting blanks. They are shooting blanks. And this is because of turret nicks. Don't use turret nicks. Thick turrets for the win. I keep saying it every time, but it is because that is my personal belief. Because I see so many turrets starting to malfunction due to turret nicks. Now, in all honesty, I think that the BBS 5th Season 2 does have turret nicks as well. So it also depends on how one does it. That was some really scary hits there. I think we should pause and just check around a little bit here. Ah, yeah, okay. So the BBS 5th Season 2, it's very armored, but it doesn't really have a turret nick, right? It kind of has a little bit of a turret nick, but not the classic thin turret nick like that. It has like a proper armor slab as the nick. Well, I thought it got hit in a real bad spot and it started to despawn, but it did not. The BBS 5th Season isn't dead yet, but it is a few percentages away from being completely grinded down there. Like 2%. I think we can await the next cram volley, and I do think we'll have the results at that time. Like, basically there. Ah, there we go. Well, BBS 5th Season, fan rebuild of a fan-made Onyx Watch build. Cool, but no more. It is dead, and the Exit Fire goes on to another battle. Well, I looked through this little thing here, so it seems that I basically just missed that little part with the thrusters, but honestly it doesn't affect the performance. If they were properly ducted, they would honestly have been more protected than they are right now, because of that they're basically placed so that they have no protection. They're just placed on wood like that, so it makes no difference. So I don't know if that was the reason why I just let that slide, but since I did, we are not going to speak about that anymore, just so you know. For our next little battle, it will be the first battle where both of the contestants are not completely fresh. No. So, this is of course Dragon Slang Hydrofoil War Canoe Mark II by Borderwise. And Borderwise, I'm so sorry. Well, you're gonna be pitched against Rollo by Imp. So Imp submitted a lot of designs, and the Imp is absolutely winner tipped. Somehow, the Rollo was not able to beat the Gimle. I don't know really why. It's a good design, of course, but it lost somehow against the Gimle. I don't know how it did that, but it did. Anyways, it's still a good design. So let's just keep this battle rolling. Oh. But of course, Borderwise has the Mark 1.5 in the... oh yeah, right, it was this one. Yeah, there is another thing, yes indeed, in the winner's bracket, so not too sad. Man, this is like a swarm of Hesh. Oh, and they all have the same speed, kinda. So the lambs are trying to take him out, but obviously we have some pretty scary stuff going on there. Ooh. I wonder how the Gimle survived this. But we shall see. Perhaps Dragon Slang is able to lace down the Rollo. It is an airship, of course, so if it loses too many blocks, it's gonna be very sad. Ooh, we're trying to dodge cramps here. Bam! But we are hitting. Oh! Bam! Borderwise Dragon Slang shot out some big thrusters there with the custom jet engines. The Rollo is trying to go side to side to avoid incoming cram shells, but it seems that it's timing a little bit off. And if I recall correctly, this was the reason why the Gimle was able to win over it. Of course, if you want to check out the Rollo's weapon systems and stuff like that in a little bit more detail, obviously we got that video already for you to watch on the battles where we go through the weapon systems as well. We have some menacing people here on this this ship trying to mess up with some stuff, so they may be responsible for the potential unluckiness, right? All right. Here. Ooh. These are cram shells. They are scary. With frag. Did we lose anything here? Oh yes, we did. We lost some laser systems. And they just keep popping. It looks a little bit like the Dragon Slang has a damaged AI, or the local weapon controllers are not really up to combat capabilities right now. That might be it too. Oh, and the laser is trying to shoot at those crams, but they are not even hitting anyways. We're really shooting off here. Well, this is almost a long-range battle. We're having some issues hitting each other here due to the range and the heavy use of crams. I wonder if those APS guns in the front here that were firing some bursts, if they just have an insane reload speed, or if we have some issues with them being damaged. Look at that. Well, the Dragon Slang is trying to maneuver. And we got some more crams incoming. They are dealing damage here. Oh man. Oh man, that's a lot of blocks. That is a lot of blocks. Is this the last time we shall see the Dragon Slang Mark II for the Gimle battles? It might indeed be. Well, one thing I'll have to say, of course, is big thanks to all of the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Most notably Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Commander Morn, Lieutenants Anto, Kraby, Florus Dagon, Hard by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Brell, and Scoob Rocks. To all our cadets and the members of the Ecclesiarchy as well. And of course, if you have joined after this video was recorded, big thanks to you too. Right, so the Rollo is at 96% and the Dragon Slang is down to just under 92%. And they are both a little bit dodgy. So some issues with dealing damage are definitely to be seen. Man, Rollo's guns are not the most accurate here. It's like they have... It's like the Rollo got some bad detection or something. Oh hey! That is nice. I wonder if we got some bad detection here. These cram cannons in the back are super scary, by the way. They are pretty strong. Oh man, we got a big hit there. Bam, 90%. Ooh, the Rollo is being steamed rolled over here. Look at that. Dragon Slang Mark II defended its name and it is now in the lead. This is going to be very interesting to see. Oh wow, unexpected to see that good hit so late in the battle there. Anyways, these cram cannons, they are actually snaked into the innermost part of this design, so they're actually pretty strong and big. Oh man, no. It's really up to single cramshell hits now that decides this battle. It's so even. It is so even. Ooh. And Rollo just misses all the time. That's a success shot rate. It's really bad. The Dragon Slang is doing a pretty good job at snaking back and forth, living up to its name to just not get hit that often. And those APS guns that we saw in the start, which probably gimped these turret, because you can see that these turret has like no barrels in a reasonable gauge, which is most likely due to all of those hash rods popping in there, those telephone poles. 8 or 10 meter shots, you know. So now it's up to the crams, and the crams have some issue hitting. Ooh, but that was a nasty hit. The Dragon Slang Oh, the Drakenslang is still slightly in the lead. Oh no! But the Drakenslang's AI got killed. Oh bam! I don't remember where the AI is right now. But obviously, none of the guns are working anymore. The AI must have been sniped. I think it's inside of here somewhere. Oh. The sadness of frags. Well. Oh, is it here? Maybe? What is this? I don't. It was a good time ago. I checked inside of the Drakenslang, but it might be so simple and depressing that the local weapon controllers on the turrets are not properly EMP defended, which I think was a problem from the Drakenslang I saw before. No. This AI is completely offline, so there is a AI somewhere. Okay. So there is an AI that is alive, but the AI that's controlling the computer for all of the weapons, it seems not alive. It needs darn good luck to be able to repair this computer part now, because obviously you'll need to repair it to return to combat, and we limited the amount of repair bots by quite a bit for the Gimle battles. Well, it's just sitting here and taking damage. So unless it wakes up, I don't think this battle will change very much at all. This constant cram rain is pretty terrifying though. Just look at it. It's completely still, so I'm very surprised they kind of missed this often anyways. But this is just the reason why you want to have a little bit of EMP on your cram shells. It can do wonders. Well, and the wonders for this little battle is that the Rollo by Imp gets some more chances to prove itself despite taking so much damage. Man, it's pretty hollow. It is damaged. It really looked like the Drakenslang was able to flip it around and win, but not this time. And that means we will not see any more of the Drakenslang Mark II in this tournament here. So, of course, there is another Drakenslang, so for all of you Drakenslang fans, fear not. Another iteration that has actually proven to work better in combat, well, it shall return. But big congratulations to Imp. Well, all of these designs are pretty darn impressive indeed. And the reason why Imp is like winner tipped is because there are so many designs Imp sent in, and I think like all but this one was able to get into the winners bracket. So yeah, very impressive. And they deal damage, man. They deal damage. Well, hello, and you are most welcome back to the GMODIST channel. We are back for some nice action in the losers bracket of the Gimle battles. Basically, all the ships that have lost against Gimle are now able to participate again in single combat, and well, the one that is best will be able to return to the winners bracket. So this is a single elimination tournament, pretty hardcore and very tense. So today we will have the Daxter's Gunner Mark II-4, which of course, as everyone else, fought against Gimle and lost in single combat best of 3. And we're gonna pitch that against the Volantis Mark IV by Parzival. And, well, I felt she could have won against the Gimle. This is a late submission actually that I allowed in to basically smoothen out the brackets. Yeah, so that's what it is. In any case, we are going to let the battle commence and see what is going to go on there. So, I think I spawned the wrong version, the one with decos, but our game speed is like 90% of full speed, so it's fine. It has the same stats, of course. It's just having the decorations enabled for this one instead of disabled. All right. Oh, there we had some really nice use of sieves, shooting down the clusters of stuff coming in there. Oh, bam! This is a larger rocket. Is that not a cluster system? Ooh, very hard to take out. And if you can see here, we got a nice little mix of fragmentation. I thought there was a mix. Well, never mind. We got only fragmentation streaming in here against the Daxter's Gunner Mark II-4. It is not looking great for the poor old gunner. The cramshells coming in here are being effectively dealt with the sieves. And the only thing that seemed to deal serious damage to the Volantis is, of course, the cluster missiles. We got a radar-seeking explosive. These are cool cluster missiles. I will give them that. They are really cool. And that's just a carrying container with no payload whatsoever, probably to just distract the lambs, defenses and stuff like that. So obviously they pop in here and they will deal some impact damage. But the real payload isn't that explosives. However, due to the redundancy here on the Volantis, it doesn't matter that much. That said, the Daxter's gunner still have some percentages left. Of course, it is not dead by any means. It's just starting to look a bit sad, you know? Oh, very sad actually. Wow, that's some thick armor. I think we may we may have a case of overspending on armor here instead of having firepower. Well, the clusters launch. I love cluster missiles. They are so cool. So cool that I decided to spend a lot of hours to make a 2-kilometer long video. No, a 2-kilometer long missile in a 2-hour-long video. 2-kilometer missile, 2-hour-long video. Yeah, which is a follow-up on another 2-hour-long video about cluster missiles of extreme sizes. It was fun though. Well, well, we shall see indeed. I love how they kind of output very nice, what is it called? Ruter in Swedish. It's well, diamonds or something in card play. I feel like this cluster missile is very neatly set up, but I am wondering if they should not have perhaps been incendiary. Oh yes, that would have been pretty nasty. That would light a lot of people's wooden decks on fire. Well, it is obvious the Daxter's Gunner Mark II-4 is sinking. We won't see any more of the gunner in this little tournament. It got a second chance, as harsh as it is, to prove itself against the other ones in single combat. Yes, but obviously it is not easy. All of the designs who have been sent in to fight Gimle are of course strong ships. All of them are strong ships. But there is always the bigger ship, the bigger fish, yeah? But I wanted to see all of them, even if they lost against the Gimle. Wanted to see them one time more at least, before I clean up my folders. So here we have it. Results are official. De Valantis wins another battle in the losers bracket, and the Daxter's Gunner Mark II will be seen no more. Well, congratulations, Parzival. We shall be moving on to the next battle. Next up, we will be facing the Super Meg by Drip Was Taken, which has actually won a previous little battle. However, the BBS Obelisk Gate, a Onyx Watch inspired fan build made by our very resilient AOG Montrose Kevin Try, who has sent in a lot of designs for the Gimle battles, and they will be facing each other. So we are going to see, will the Super Meg uphold its reputation of being, well, more decent than DPS Old Jack, from Lenny at least, but will it also be more decent than the BBS Obelisk Gate? Or will the BBS Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try and the Super Meg's Journey here by Kevin Try? We shall see in a moment. And there we got them. And I must say, the Obelisk Gate, I think this design looks very, very cool. I absolutely love this little design. It looks so nice. There are a lot of funny mannequins all around the place here too, and the scaffolding here and everything. It has some pretty neat interior areas and stuff like that too. So if you haven't seen that, check the original battle video with the Obelisk Gate, of course. Worth a little check out, definitely. But anyways, enough about that. Here we have the Super Meg by Drip Was Taken, already won a battle here on the losers bracket. This is a strong design. It is very strong. It's very strong indeed. So we shall be seeing who is the stronger one. That I don't know. I don't quite remember the Obelisk Gate's combat performance. We seem to have some pretty scary railguns going on here, do we not? You know what? We're gonna slow down time a bit. We have a armor-piercing, high explosive EMP shell with a depth penetration fuse, I think a emergency ejection defuse, and a tracer. Don't ask. You know, this game is nerdy, and I may have learned how to recognize all the components. By the way, I actually got hold of some beautiful renditions of all the APS parts. I think it was by Waydance, and I'm going to utilize them, of course, make some charts and stuff like that, and be able to provide some guides that make it very clear with the APS parts and cool stuff like that. Well, the shells I looked at, I honestly did hope that they would hit on a little bit more interesting spot. Ooh. We have a little sandblasting going on here from the Super Meg. This is a little heavy head with a base bleeder and stuff like that. Well, we're gonna lock onto these supersonic shells. See, what are we gonna hit here? I kinda don't really think they're that powerful, these shells. They seem to be lacking some stopping power. Not getting through the Super Meg that easily, but now it looked like one go through. Maybe just missed. Bam. Got some EMP cooking there. Ooh! Obelisk Gate! What did you do? Lost 8% of your total health? What happened? This we'll need to pause the game here. What happened here? Bam. We got some crazy hit here in the side. Those... Bam! Bam! The Super Meg's cram cannons are not messing around. I kinda don't remember them being this strong. But they are. Now we're having a lot of misses though. We shall see indeed. Who gets some shots in here? Very interesting. Oh. And the Obelisk Gate was able to deal with that cram. Not that cram though. So the Obelisk Gate has some pretty serious civs systems there. Yes, indeed. Lambs engaging, and we got some diff civs and different systems like that. Oh, the Super Meg is actually down to 89%. The Obelisk Gate at 85 is not really losing that much more health. Well, it really depends on how these cram shells will land, because this railgun is able to hit pretty consistently. And the Obelisk Gate has this problem of not compartmentalizing the interior armor, which means that explosive damage is spread all over the place. Ooh, the Super Meg lost a turret there too. Very, very intense. They are at the same health now, basically. Oh wow. The Obelisk Gate may have been able to turn this around with just dealing consistent railgun damage. The armor-piercing explosive EMP shell may not penetrate that deep, but you know what? They keep coming. Yes, they do. 84 versus 84%. Can the Super Meg twist this around and provide some victorious results, or is this the last views we will see of the Super Meg? It's honestly looking like this is the last views we're seeing of the Super Meg. So that's what we're looking at it a little bit extra. But we shall check out and see how the Obelisk Gate, how she's doing. I think, if I recall correctly, that the Obelisk Gate is Kevin Fry's most formidable submission here. It's definitely in the lead here by 3% as of now. None of the main cannons are offline. Nope. Which is great news for the Obelisk Gate. And especially for Kevin Try, of course. Yeah, all of these cannons are definitely alive and well. Ooh, now detection was lost on this turret here. Oh, I think that all that EMP leeching has depleted the detection of the Super Meg. Look at that, that's pretty cool. I don't think it has accuracy that... oh, it's so far off. I think its accuracy have been absolutely fried, and now it even looks like an AI has been fried. It definitely looks like the Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try is putting the Super Meg back into obscurity. 74%. Only one cram cannon left. Basically no detection. Ooh, the rip was taken. I'm sorry to say, but well, the Super Meg is soon no more. It's up for elimination, as they say in my folder at least. Well, of course, there is a chance things would turn around, but it's just so enormously unlikely. I don't think that can happen. I almost think it can't happen, but obviously it can. But we have a 10% lead of the Obelisk Gate and gaining because it's able to deal consistent damage. So that's something you have to think of. When you're making weapons, of course you want the damage per second be real high, but you also need the effective damage per second be real high. And that means be able to get through the enemy defenses and being able to hit the target. So for that reason, cram cannons is not always the answer. It usually is, but cram cannons has a really good damage per material, and APS, especially railguns, they have a terrible damage per material and material spent ratio. But when you are able to deal consistent damage, that premium is absolutely worth it, and this is a really good showcase of this, because you saw the Super Meg's cram cannons. They're absolutely crazy. And they got some hits on the Obelisk Gate where it was like absolutely brutal, took off a big portion per hit. Rare though. Now, the Super Meg's biggest problem is, I'm not gonna drone on about it, but turret nicks. Tiny 3x3 turret nicks. High explosive damage will get into those spaces, blow off the turret cap, and the turret is no more. That's why I build thick turrets without a neck. Thick neck. Yes. Well, quite resilient indeed. It just keeps getting those shells there. Oh, it has no weapons online anymore. Oh damn. Oh damn. Well, grip was taken. Well, we are looking forward for your future submissions to future challenges, which will be announced in the Discord mostly, and of course on YouTube posts if you don't know that, and in videos. But Discord is where I arrange them, so you should join anyways. And super big congratulations to Kevin Try. You will be continuing to get into the losers bracket here and prove the worth of the obelisk gate, or rather, the obelisk gate she will have to prove her worth because it's an AI-controlled ship. But next battle. It's time for next battle. As soon as I officially confirm the results, of course, but yeah. Next up, we have a pretty fun little design here. This is Shield Cat's Capsized Catastrophe. Well, as it sounds, it's a ship that looks like it's upside down. Yep. And we got this interesting little network of connection points inside, which I think is pretty cool, actually. And yeah, very nice. We are using a lot of ducts here to try and provide some big surfaces for taking damage. Now, I don't know why anyone would use the 5x5 ducts. Isn't the 7x7 the only reasonable thing to have? Well, anyways, ducted propellers, they look absolutely beautiful. A joy to see. Then we have the new jack, the DPS new jack from Lenny, who's actually proven itself by winning the previous battle. So, let the battle commence. Oh damn, the colors I chose here are absolutely crazy. What was it that the Capsized Catastrophe shot now? What the... What is this now? That's Hollow Point, right? I think that may be Hollow Point. Oh no. Oh no. I did find him again. Well, anyways. This thing sticking above the water is obviously not that well defended. We have some juicy interiors here. Very interesting indeed. Delivering some damage. It looks perhaps like the Capsized Catastrophe is kinda not dealing that much damage anymore, is it? Or it's probably just because we don't recognize. Well, in any case, will be very interesting to see the air damage. Oh, and big thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, of course. If you want to support the channel monthly, well, you can join the commissioned officers, and that's via Patreon, so that you can be part of the honored commissioned officers, most notably Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Commander Morton, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Flores Dagon, Hardback Reed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, and Screwbros. Your monthly support helps the channel very much. And of course, big thanks to all of the cadets and the Ecclesiarchy of GMODIST. If you're in the Ecclesiarchy, you may have watched this video before everyone else, due to it providing some early access to videos. Nice little trick. Well, it's hard to see, as I tried to say before, that the Capsized Catastrophe is even shooting and all, but that's because it's underwater, so we don't, we kind of don't know exactly what it's up to. We shall see indeed. Oh no. Oh no, now I did one of this again. Oh no. Fortunately we can do that. Okay. I'm just a little bit curious. Are you shooting all the same shells all the time? This is a secondary heat, so it's a Hollow Point secondary heat, is it not? But it's real fast. And obviously, since it is a Hollow Point, that's reasonable. Well. Oh man, a lot of blocks being lost there. The hollow points look real scary, but they are not as scary as you might think they are, because the damage they deal is pretty surface level, and usually we like to drill some holes, do some deep damage to gain some very effective results. Well, looking at the stats, the capsized catastrophe is indeed still in the lead. However, a lot of the ship's upsides is the bottom of the hull, so I suspect if this floaty top part of this anti-ship is destroyed, it will probably sink. Which will be a little bit of some bad news, of course, then. For the capsized catastrophe. It's at 92% though, and Lenny's DPS new jack is at 86. Ladies and gentlemen, the block shedding is real. Very scary. We'll just have to follow this little shell here and see. Bam. Interesting shell mix. Hollow point and secondary heat. It kind of becomes like some weird hash shell. Now, I'm not absolutely certain it will do anything better than shell designs usually do. But I don't know, maybe it does. It feels like we slowly have grinded through the armor here. Well, just to check here, there we got a little explosion, right? So it shot inside of there. We got another volley popping in there. I'm convinced this is that of a good design. I don't think it's meta or tacky or very, very effective in some way. But it's really fun to see different types of shells, especially unconventional ones. Can learn something new. Man, it's also entirely possible I just mixed together the look of the component, but if you want to check some more in detail, obviously the capsized catastrophe and the Lenny's DPS new jack is obviously available too, as fighting the Gimle in single combat. Spoiler alert, they are in the losers bracket because they lost against the Gimle, but sometimes it's just luck, excuse me, and sometimes it's just, well, pure skill. It depends, and sometimes you don't really know because the tables can flip very fast when a big crab shell or railgun APS just hits the right spot. It means no more AI. Redundancy is key, as I say all the time. Well, these shells are definitely continuing to pop in here. We have a 75% health of the shield catch. I'm wondering if it's able to still deal effective damage. The new jack is sure very resilient, that will have to say. Look at it. It has such a narrow shell. It can be hard to fit all of that important bits in the middle like this. Well. It's kind of funny we have to go below the surface to see if the cannons underwater are shooting or not, due to the weird render thing like above/below water, which I'm sure all of you who play the game are already very familiar with, and perhaps even a little bit annoyed. I am. Really fun here. The capsized catastrophe looks like it's an absolutely terrible shape that it's gonna sink in any second. But obviously it has a lot of these blocks that are not having that big of a health. And they have them here thick above the water surface, and most ships are set up to shoot above the water surface, right? So the only thing could happen is that this got shot off and that it sinks. But after a while, the DPS new jack by Lenny has been grinded down until there is no more. So unfortunately for Lenny, the DPS new jack will see no new action. Indeed not. But we are going to look forward for some future submissions you may send in, and hopefully this was a good learning experience at least. Well, big congratulations to Shieldcat, who will continue in the losers bracket little tournament as a victorious one. Very nice. GMODIST. Well, hello and welcome back to GMODIST. This is your host Eric, and we are going to do some more Gimle Battles losers bracket. That is the valiant combatants fighting against the Gimle and losing will have a chance to fight again, but this time each other, and the best one of them will be transported to the winners against the Gimle. That is, those who were able to defeat the Gimle within 15 minutes and abide by the rules, basically. Now this time we will put the Arc 2 by Mr. Panda, aka Commodore Owen, in the army of GMODIST. So this is a submission that was sent in by our highest ranking army of GMODIST officer at this time of recording. So with that said, huge thanks to Mr. Panda and the other commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. That is Captain Sebastian Dode and Shiro, Lieutenants Anto Cravey, Flores Dragon, Joseph, Arbagreed, Vincent, Rick, and Scuba Rocks. Let's get this battle going, because we will fight Nevada by Harbor. The Nevada is a beautifully looking design. I did like the look of this so much that I kind of hoped it would have won, because I wanted to see more of this. So hopefully it will be a good performance. But may the best fighting ship win, indeed. Mr. Panda's Arc 2 is a very powerful, fast design. For a ship this big, it is it feels like it has a remarkable speed. Like, this is a hydrofoil with some serious azipods going on there. Man, it almost flies on the water surface. However, we seem to have some serious fires started by the laser here. We got some thick alloy going on here. And those are meeting to the Nevada here. So it's still fairly even. Still fairly even. We'll see how it develops, if any one of them will get a upper hand or not. We shall see. We shall see indeed. 90% versus 91. It is pretty even. To me, it looks like Nevada is losing some firepower here. Mr. Panda's Arc 2. It seems to be in pretty good condition, to be honest. Ooh, I recognize some of these engines. And if you don't, well, if you're a commissioned officer, there is some templates, some Army of GMODIST templates that you may indeed, or that you can download and use. Yeah, which is pretty handy. So if you join as a cadet as well, you can of course get the files, which I'm working on updating right now. Actually, I did work on that some today. Oh, and the Nevada has these beautiful like pools. That's like so nice. We have like chill out pools. That's beautiful. And very aesthetical turrets here with a lot of deco. Oh yes, looking pretty splendid, I must say. But based on performance and stats, it does look a little bit. It does look a little bit like we won't be seeing the Nevada anymore, unfortunately. So that is a little bit unfortunate. It's quite a looker. Oh, so we have like stacked propellers. That's cool. And that makes this effect. I see. So we don't need to have like a hole or anything underneath it. That's very smart. That is very smart. Well, the beautiful Nevada is not having the best of days right now. So I thought we could take a little last look on the interiors before it will go down to the bottom of the sea, not to be seen in the Gimle battles again. Oh, and we have a little like glass shield on top of it as well. Huh. That's like a lot of layers. Well, the Nevada started real strong, but Orc 2 eventually turned it around. Now, I'm not really sure if I remember completely, but if I recall correctly, I think I was pretty surprised that the Gimle defeated the Orc 2, because it looked like a really min-maxed strong design. Just like the Gimle, it is a one-sider. You can see we basically have no armor here, and we have all the armor on the other side. So it's set up in a pretty strong and decent way here. You can see we got some fragmentation rounds here. We got some shield disruptor rounds as well. And of course the laser does some too, but fragmentation is really dangerous in general. Now, most people like to have frag that's a little bit more narrow because it deals more damage. You get like decreased damage when you basically angle the frag too much. Well, in any case, we got the Nevada here, or I mean over there, down to 67%, and the Orc 2 is at 86. And if you remember, of course, if we have the defeat on the first battle, it decides it during these losers brackets here. Usually it wouldn't be, usually it's a best of 3, and that's how it's gonna be for the like proper tournament. But as for this, we are going to decide it with just one battle, because yeah, that's how we set it up. It's single elimination, pretty hardcore, so the wins and loses can be pretty luck based as well. But It was an afterthought to include all the losers against Gimle in any type of tournament setting. But I wanted to see them again there, so it was the best thing I could come up with. Single elimination, but they can participate again in a case. Well, it's pretty clear which will win, of course, but next up we will have the Harangor by Danny versus the Resolute by Omicron. So we're just gonna see that this indeed continues the direction we assume it does, and that the Nevada doesn't get a crazy lucky strike and somehow kills the Arc 2. Very unlikely, but it can happen. We have seen that before as well, so, you know. Damn, this is like a lot of armor. I would actually think that this is one of the reasons that the Arc 2 isn't as strong as it could have been. I think it may spend too much in armor. Now, I don't remember the exact values. Of course, it's skewed now and it's 40%. I think that's pretty close to what Gimle spends as well, so. And we use a lot of wood here, so it should technically be pretty decent. But I guess it's over the water surface and it's like a pretty fat girl here. You can see it's like round and very voluminous inside like this. And the Gimle does that too. She's also a real big girl. But the Gimle is a lot under the water surface, and that's like the entire difference. This laser that digs at the Arc 2 here will really ignite anything that can burn. But as for the Gimle, she may be fat but underwater, which basically means that the laser and fire and stuff like that can't harm her as much as the Arc 2 can be hurt. But in any case, does not matter in this case because the Nevada by Harbor is no more. Beautiful artwork, but alas, not stronger than the Arc 2. So congratulations, our Commodore, Mr. Panda, to the victory of this little subsection. Next battle. Seems I forgot this thing was an airship. Alright, so there we are. This is the Harangor by Danny, which will be facing the UCS Resolute by Omicron. So it will be very interesting to see which one will be the stronger battleship. Oh yes, indeed. We got the Harangor popping in there, really firing those shells here. These are some scary shells, right? So that's like, looks a little bit... No, that's like shield disruptor. Not the most scary shell. Well, I did really enjoy the UCS Resolute's like design theory or strategy or like idea with having this very vertical side-to-side type of design that really can move the guns from side to side using this basically like slits, but instead of having them like turrets usually are, they are like vertical like this. That's pretty fun. And of course, the UCS Resolute, she uses a sandblasting strategy almost. I think it does. I think most of the guns are sandblasters, right? If I recall correctly, heavy heads. We got some fins there. Probably should have skipped the fins. It's better to have tracers for accuracy. But it's looking pretty strong here. The Resolute is behind. It is. but the Haragnor is pretty weak against getting hit or rubbed the wrong way, so to say. And the Sandblaster is probably exactly what I would use to combat something like that. I'm actually building a Battleship, or I've started on it long ago, and I've been building on it to and fro. That indeed is based on Sandblaster strategy, because it is such a powerful... You've probably seen the water-based frontsider by Shipmaster Kent in our Gimle battles. It's an unofficial battle because she has some tactics on there, on the water-based frontsider, that disqualifies her to the Gimle Tournament. I think it was water pumps, but I'm not very sure. Yeah, it was some time ago. Well, personally, I think that Omicron, our AOG Matros there, will win this thing. I don't remember if Danny is in the army of GMODIST. I remember Omicron is enlisted as a Matros, because Omicron has posted a lot of comments and stuff in the Discord, of course. If you want to join the army of GMODIST, you can self-assign the enlisting rank from the bottom, of course, because that's how it works. In our Discord, and you are in the army of GMODIST, which means you will be notified when we have some challenges that are only for the army of GMODIST members. So do join the army of GMODIST. And if you also want to support the channel and be in the army of GMODIST, you can go to our Patreon page, and then you can join there, and well, then you will automatically be in all the roles you need in our Discord, as long as your Patreon Discord is. Oh, and if you're watching this before anyone else, you're in the Ecclesiarchy, and you're also supporting the channel a lot at that, if that is the case. And if you want to see this video when it was posted and not when it was scheduled, well, then you can join the Ecclesiarchy from... I set the price to the absolute lowest that YouTube would allow, because their percentage cut is the same whatever the cost is. So yeah, if you want to support the channel with more every month, of course I'll be very thankful. But if you just want to have early access, well, I made it as cheap as I could for you to get that feature. Basically, from the lowest tier in the Ecclesiarchy, you basically get most rewards. Yeah. In any case, enough about that, but big thanks to all of you in Ecclesiarchy. You're really helping the channel. So, as I suspected, the Resolute has dug through the Haragnor's systems to the point that most engines are away, and perhaps even an AI. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost suspecting an AI kill here, because it suddenly stopped moving there. Well, GG, Danny, but the Haragnor will be seen no more. Big congratulations to UCS Resolute by Matros Omicron. It may have lost against the Gimle, but did win this. So we shall be moving on to the next battle. Oh, and if I didn't make that clear, you may recognize exactly half of the ships from a previous video, and that is because to make the brackets like I don't know, work in a fair way, all these battles here, one of the participants have won a previous battle, and one of them are completely fresh and new. So yeah, the Resolute had already won the previous battle, and the Nevera had won its previous battle. So yeah, that's how it can be with dependent on how even the numbers of participants can be. In any case, here we have the Hagelslag, which is very nice looking, which will be facing off with the Singularity version 2 by Squick. and the Singularity version 2 has won its previous battle. So I bet it should be quite scary for our Hagelslag by Sangluna. The Hagelslag is submitted by Sangluna and the Singularity is by Squick. all these colors, it's like confetti. Got the blue is a fragmentation. Is that like a heavy head? So it's like an AP frag with some MP or something? And we got like ooh, is this just, that's hash. It's hash, right? That's a heavy head, right? That's a hollow point squash head, right? I think so. This is like this is like a heavy head. Well, we got the mix, that's what I'm trying to say. It's pretty even so far, but it's looking a little bit dark for Sangluna. I mean, those shells are just absolutely missing. Singularity version 2 goes up and down to, oh my lord. Oh damn, it didn't die. But that's a lot of shields being dead. Oh wow, the shots that did hit, man. It dealt some damage and we are constantly applying, oh no, some packs there. Oh bam, Singularity version 2 is no more. Damn, that was quick. Ladies and gentlemen, Singularity version 2 totally defeated by Hagelslag. Hagelslag, she's the winner. So, congratulations to Sangluna. We won't be seeing any more of the Singularity version 2 by Squick, but please, next challenge, you can submit something, Squick. Of course, we look forward to that, but the Singularity V2 will be deleted from my folder. In any case, next battle, and congratulations to Sangluna. And for this battle, we have the TSA Kovrax Exerfire. Exerfire, she is a very scary ship. I will just say, poor smart dolphin. The Exerfire is a scary foe. Now, this is the CNF Peach class battleship, if that wasn't very obvious. It looks really funny and nice, and Smart Dolphin is a member of the Ecclesiarchy as well. And the ship is totally manned by friendly felines. Isn't this fantastic? It's very fantastic. It's very fantastic. That's something. We'll have to man a ship with. We'll have to man a ship with our like mascot cutout version. And this has a little art gallery as well. So I just thought that we would absolutely have to check it out a little bit quickly, because it is such a fun little design with all these cute cartoons in it. So yeah, it has an art gallery, obviously. Any formidable ship like this should have an art gallery. Well, yeah, I just wanted to check it out a little bit quickly there. And we have like a party hall and everything. We got some cool interiors. Now we have a lot of interior lightings, so they should actually be turned off. But it looks like I didn't save that version. Well, whatever. Hopefully my new PC will be able to handle this reasonably lag-free anyways, but we shall indeed see. The CNF Peach is not joking around either. We got some serious frag popping in here. So, while I will assume that the Exerfire is going to win. Oh. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. And this is... Alright, alright. Huh. There sure is a lot of fires on the surface here. Yeah, frag is a good thing to counter a hollow type wood design like this. But what's even better is of course incendiary. Unless they have updated the incendiary look. Oh, bam! This is pretty brutal. We're having fires and frag all over the place. The Kovdax CBX Exerfire, she's absolutely getting chewed up in seconds. This is one of the most quick potential wins I've seen in a long while. And this is like fuses. It's like not incendiary unless they updated the texture or something. I don't see where all that incendiary is coming from. I just don't. What's applying it? Is it maybe... I don't know. Do we have clamshells applying it? Do we have some secret laser that has like a very invisible... Oh, no. That's Kovdax distraction laser. Oh well, we will be seeing the smart dolphin some more. No, oh yes, of course, we will be seeing both Kovdax and the smart dolphin. I put like the names of the ship and the participant in different order dependent on when I accepted the submission. I don't know, it wasn't smart, so I mix it up sometime. Anyways, we will be seeing more of the Peach class battleship, that's for sure. Kovdax Exerfire, very strong design. It really is, but no, it cannot stand up against fire and frags. That is Hollywood type design's worst enemy. Well, very interesting nonetheless to see all of that. Now, the game is going into some slow motion modes, so I'm a little bit curious to see. It's like a tiny frag shell. Alright. We really went all in on frag here. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out wherever the incendiary comes from. But maybe they just updated the texture and I'm after. Well, big congratulations to Smart Dolphin of the ECCLESIARCHY. The CNF Peach class is very superior to the Exerfire, which is a really strong ship, by the way. I think the Exerfire is on Steam Workshop, so if you want to have a go against it and see how strong it really is, you can get it there, so that's nice. Well, what can we say? 1 minute and 40 seconds. Those two last battles, they were quick and... GMODIST. Well, hello, and you are watching the GMODIST channel. We're here. Eric is here, and we are going to continue with the Gimle battles. Oh, yes, indeed. Naturally, this is the loser's bracket, and you are about to witness the champions being formed and decided. So it will be very interesting to see which ones will be able to continue battling. In any case, to just start off simply, this is the Rollo by Imp. Has already shot a good couple of shots. We're 2 seconds in the battle, and has already fired against the Valantis Mark 4. by Parzival. So it will be very interesting to see, obviously, both the Rollo and the Valantis has proven their effectiveness by already winning battles. So both of these ships are very strong. In this video we'll have 4 battles, and among those 4 battles, well, we're going to look at the next episode, which will be the finals. And before I begin, my homepage GMODIST.com is in some need of some feedback, so it would be really nice if you would go to GMODIST.com, check out the site and leave me some feedback on what you think of my site and what could be improved and what's good. I basically designed a new type of fun experience, I hope, from scratch, so I didn't design it after any website. I designed it as I wanted a website to be from scratch. Other than that, I also want to say thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM, Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dobe, Captain Shiro, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Flaros Dagon, Joseph Wachowski, Powered by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Proel, and Scooby Rocks. Hope you will enjoy this video, and big thanks to all in the Ecclesiarchy as well, of course. And sorry you couldn't get this video early access, but the finals will be early access to you. And I just realized that this is an airship, right? Which is probably for the better, because then we can take a better look at the Rollo, which looks very neat indeed. Well, let us get this battle started. And have an whoops, what the? 3rd time's the charm, they say. So, big pack blast to start it off, which missed. Rollo is coming up with some crams. Valantis, she is valiantly fighting and firing a lot of APS shells. Just as a little reminder, what are we spitting here? We got pure frag, tested and true. Always works pretty well. There's probably some other shells too, I don't know. But it might as well be just pure frag. That's very reliable. Rollo is definitely in the lead so far. Valantis is trying to get some good hits, but Imp's Rollo is trying to be evasive like that. Obviously it's an airship, it has huge disadvantages. When it gets hit, it's gonna die a lot faster. You have a lot of more tanking damage taking areas when you're a floaty thing instead of an airship. It's much more sensitive. So AP frag is all the shells that pop in here, they're AP frag, I believe. Looks like they're pretty deep penetrating, to be honest. I think we should lock on to... Can we please lock on to the right shell? Okay, thank you. One of M and see what they are doing. No bounce. Bam. Explosion with fragmentation in here. Rollo is naturally a front-sider, so basically all the armor is put in the front of the armor. Rollo is indeed in the lead, but honestly I do believe Valantis by Parzival has a better chance of taking this home, because it is a water-based ship, which naturally has those said advantages. While less evasive and being hit by cram shells and not being in the lead, this is what my limited experience would have me believe, but there is a good bit of luck as well, and I might not remember all the details, which could change that verdict too. Right, so, but because of course previously in the when these ships actually got to the losers bracket, we had a nice little showcase and look of the ship, and while I had that fresh in mind, well, it's naturally easier. It was some time ago I recorded the Valantis and Rollo battle, so naturally I don't exactly remember. Oh, look at that. What happened with the rear cannons there? Whoa, looks like Rollo is climbing down. Look at that. And here we have the Rollo. And that pack. That's some scary stuff. It's starting to really dig through here. I feel that Rollo isn't delivering as much firepower as it did just a little while ago. We got our crams popping in here, but is it gonna be enough? I think it may not be. And this is single elimination. This battle's results will be final and decisive. So that's why the tension is so high, especially for Imp and Parzival. Yeah, we're just continuing and shooting, delivering some damage here. Now Imp shouldn't be too sad because Imp has submitted a crazy amount of designs, which of them, I think all designs except the Rollo made it to the winners bracket. So if the Rollo wins this, well, we'll be seeing Imp designs a lot in the winners bracket tournament, which will be double elimination, by the way. Really feels like the Rollo isn't delivering damage like it used to. Valantis Mark IV, she is still popping in here with some good damage at 92%, just almost a bit surprising. Man, these cram mortars, they seem to be pretty weak. Yes, they are lambs confusers rather. Looks like we have some impact thumpers, which would be really reasonable to have if you want to distract some lambs. It's really funny with the Valantis. She has this little keel here for extra stability and cool looks. A lot of it is of course a altitude controller, so you don't need to use powered altitude control as much. Ooh, got a little rain down here with some scary 2-meter diameter shells. That would be insane to see IRL, man. Oh, the Rollo, she is keeping her distance here. 91 percentages, Valantis is at 89, but again, the Valantis is waterborne and the Rollo, she is airborne, which in this case is not an advantage. Oh bam, oh bam, we had some damage popping up there. I think we must check out these shells here. These are come on now. These are Hesh shells. So we've got this little Hesh swarm, which could potentially delete some turrets. But unfortunately for the Rollo, well, they missed. They just missed. Even the cram mortar is reliably more accurate. I think that the burp Hesh gun is a tad bit inaccurate. If of course it's not because it's damaged. Maybe we shot off too many absorbers or whatever. Then it's damaged, naturally. That could be an explanation. I don't quite know, and we won't have the time to find out. But bam, we got the swarm more incoming. And I see if this one is a little bit more accurate. It seems to be indeed. Bam, we're landing straight on the turrets here. Look at that Hesh damage. Oh bam, they do what Hesh does. They clip some barrels. That's some scary stuff. Really hard to protect yourself against as well. Bam, we are raining down. Will the Rollo be able to turn this around despite the disadvantages of being an airship in a battle like this when your opponent has the ability to hit you? Being an airship was of course really good against the Gimle, because the Gimle has not that many weapons that can deal reliable damage to airborne target except the laser, but if you keep the laser busy, it's basically a piece of cake. Honestly, it looks like the Volantis is switching sides now due to being too damaged on one of the sides. This should really ensure the victory of the Volantis. Wow. That's a smart move. Smart routine. Assuming it is intentional, but I think it is because it's so easy to set it up in broadside 2.0 settings. We're starting to go a little bit low though. Bam. We got the burst flak cannon here to shoot down incoming crams. Oh, bam! What was that? Did it shoot itself? Or does the Volantis have explosive axe? Hardly. Well, Rollo's Imp is in the lead by almost 10%. Kinda 8%, but anyways. No, kinda 7%. But anyways. Well. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore if Rollo may be the one to take this home after all. She might win it. Volantis, fight valiantly. Imp already has like 4 or 5 spots in the winner's bracket. Alright. Rollo is very cool, by the way. But as said, next big tournament challenge we'll have, which will be announced on the channel here and on Discord, of course. You gotta be in the Discord to participate anyways, so it can be a good idea to join, by the way. But at that time we will have a limited a limitation on how many submissions you can send in. I feel that's probably a smart idea, because also I'm going to have a shorter window of submission, because some time of administration has basically gone to well, checking if designs, like what version they have. People are sending in updates to an already submitted item, and then if you can submit too many designs, well, it might be a little bit too many battles, and if some people build similar types of designs, we'll have an unvaried type of not only builders but design philosophies. I think it's fun to have more than 1 submission per person, I would say, but maybe 2 or 3. I should make a limit like that. I think would be a good idea. Wow, the Volantis is at 76%. Rollo is basically at 90% still. Damn, it really looks like Rollo is gonna roll her way to the Champions Finals, basically. Yeah, so all the winners in this video will be in the finals, if that wasn't obvious. I hope it is now. Man, I am surprised over how hardcore Rollo's Imp is. It just soaks up damage. Oh, will you look at that? That's a lot of heavy armor shields in the front. Really well protected against mega penetrators. Wow, and it goes from side to side as well, so there are like so many of the shells that are just completely missing. It's really hard to take out the Rollo by crams due to its evasiveness, but that's basically what's needed to penetrate that thick shield in the front. It's kind of impossible to protect yourself against deep penetration cram shells with a high health. Yeah. So if you're meeting targets that are really big and heavily armored, cram is your friend. Unless they've set up some evasive maneuvers, making them basically impossible to hit, because then you'll have a bad day, my friend. You will indeed. Alright. 70 versus 90 almost. Both of the ships are kind of damaged by now, so I feel that the velocity of this battle really went down a notch. But man, both of these ships are so darn reliably like tanky and just holds up and will not budge. So it's really cool to see that. This bird gun is crazy. We got some crams falling up there. 67%. We lost some turrets here. The Volantis Mark IV, she is on not the rise but the sink, and bam, we hit despawn territory, or possibly an AI hit, I think, which means that Rollo by Imp will indeed go to the finals of the losers bracket. Just a receipt of how good of a builder that Imp is. All of Imp's design went to, I think it's all of them, went to the winners bracket, except this one, and it still went to the finals of the losers bracket. Not this one. Rollo is of course the one not being despawned. So that is very impressive to see. Now, it would have been fun to see more of the Volantis Mark IV by Parzival, but unfortunately it is no more and it will not be seen again. It has lost this battle and thus its last chances of participating in this tournament. Well, indeed, let us proceed with the next battle. Or thing. Next up, we will have our Matros in the army of GMODIST, Kevin Try, which made the Gimle Mark II iteration or fan upgrade. So, Kevin Try also submitted several designs, and the Obelisk Gate is definitely the strongest of them. It is now here fighting for its final spot. Now, this is however a Onyx Watch fan build, you can see, or art fan build. So it is courtesy of me spawning the Onyx Watch colors for once, since this might be the last time it appears, or not. And against it we'll have the Capsized Catastrophe by Shield Cat. And it is a quite funny little ship, which is basically has the philosophy of being simply upside down. So let the battle commence. The upside down ship, this is indeed what it does. Just add some super cavitation bases and you are good to go. I feel we must stalk where these shots are landing by just flying with them. Oh, is this a heavy head with a secondary heat, right? I don't know where this will hit. I think we kind of passed it. Oh well, that's unfortunate. Man, we're so far away. Well, anyways, here we have the little party mix, and that pops in here. We're really struggling a little bit with frame rates here. I don't know exactly which causes lag issues here, as we did run the battle before, but not these two particular ones against each other though. Well,
The Obelisk Gate has some really big guns, big APS guns, providing some big APS gun damage. Shield Cat is popping in there with basically mostly damage from underneath. Oh, no, that's Hollow Point, right? Hollow Point gets some kind of buff for being shot at underwater, but of course the depth isn't that great, so the damage dealt should be quite limited as well. But still very interesting. Yeah, we're just eating away at the shell here underwater. That's some hardcore damage. Obelisk Gate is at 98%, however, so it's only surface level scratches. Now, I don't know how long it will keep digging before it actually gets to something real juicy. But I am a little bit surprised that the Gimle did win over the Capsized Catastrophe, because obviously the Gimle hasn't that much damage underwater. It is not the most heavily armored ship when you count outside armor. But I do suspect that the Gimle having big cram cannons could make short work of the Capsized Catastrophe, however, because it's not very evasive, and I don't quite know, but you're kind of getting to some juicy parts pretty fast when shooting from above here, because obviously due to how geometry works, the larger surface level flat surface will space a lot of more areas for blocks, and the downside or the underside here will do so less well, since it's tapered inwards to take a lesser pace. But indeed, it seems that we are having all the components lower down, which is reasonable to keep everything fresh. Anyways, we are going to check the stats here. 96 versus 94. It's pretty even, but I will say that these stutterings are a tiny bit annoying. Yeah, they are. I'm gonna see if I can close down some stuff, maybe. It's marginally better, but I think it may be one of the ships. I hope I selected the right version of them, because if we selected some parade version, it will have like a lot of extra stuff, which it doesn't quite need here. Well, whatever. Wow! Oh, bam! Kevin Try's Obelisk Gate is starting to ride pretty low in the water. I wonder if all that underwater damage, oh yeah, has definitely gotten to hit something juicy. We can see power generation, we can see laser systems being quite damaged here. I don't think it has that much of an altitude control backup system. So if its floatiness was damaged, I do believe this thing will not have the best time. Oh, if it's gonna sink, it's gonna collect some penalty points. That's for sure. And the Capsized Catastrophe, one could argue it has already sunken, but that is not quite the case here. It's at 93%, so it doesn't... it's not that damaged, but if you look at it, it feels like it's much more damaged, but I guess it's just... I don't know how we expect it to be due to it being upside down. Well, it's keeping to firing away at the Obelisk Gate, which is at 87%. So the Capsized Catastrophe is in the lead by a good margin. Or like 5%, but you know, that's something. kind of suspect that the Obelisk Gates gun here isn't very accurate due to being underwater. I don't think it has super cavitation bases. But I don't know, I think we should check that out. They don't have super cavs. We're not having super cavs here. So naturally... Oh, but it still shoots underwater. Well, I guess there is not many blocks to shoot over water either, so that makes kind of sense. Well... The capsized catastrophe is exactly 5% in the lead. Oh, is this turret damaged? No. Yes, it is. One of the barrels is smaller. Oh, this one too? Seems like the main guns, both of them, are damaged to some extent. Sorry, these ships are really taxing my performance a little bit. My keyboard got a little bit stuck. Anyways, the capsized catastrophe is not looking great. Why are the propellers not rotating? Are they even like working? Do we have maybe a dead AI or something? Looks like the main guns are connected up to something at least. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. They have absolutely no idea where to shoot. You know what? I think that the main AI controlling the movement of the capsized catastrophe is taken out. And I additionally believe that that AI had the detection this ship had, which means that it basically has no detection left. That's my guess, but Shieldcat can probably fill me in here. Very, very, very well sniped there by our BBS Obelisk Gate, built by our Matros 3rd class Kevin Fry. And do remember that everyone can join the army of GMODISM as enlisted by just self-assigning the role in the Discord. Because then you will be able to get access to all our tournaments, challenges and whatnot that we'll have. And if you want to have a fancy rank and some nice perks like access to all my prefabs and turrets, well, then you can become a commissioned officer. Then you will do that via Patreon, and if you link your Patreon and Discord account, you will automatically get the correct roles in Discord, or should get at least. Yeah, so that can be useful to know if you like to support this endeavor. And don't forget about the government of GMODISM, our new little support option, which has some stuff that the other ones want. Yeah. Right. This battle is slowed down, to say the least. Oh, something is happening. We just stood by here and checked what's happening, and all of a sudden nothing special happened. I didn't see any blocks fall off, but it looks like Kevin Try's Obelisk Gates AI got sniped, which is very surprising considering that Kevin Try's Obelisk Gate, she already sniped the capsized catastrophes. Oh no! Wait! We were looking at the wrong ship. The capsized catastrophe is the one that's despawning. I don't... Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. So the guns stopped working because the AI remaining was probably killed. Probably because Kevin Try has some extra little EMP damage, which is fair game in the Gimle challenge. You should always EMP insulate your stuff. People are hating on EMP, but it's usually because they don't like to insulate against EMP and think the mechanic is boring. I think it's pretty fun. Or because they are building really small and you can't EMP insulate small stuff, which means that all small things are really vulnerable against EMP, which is a fair point. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Anyways, big congratulations to Kevin Try, our matros in the army of GMODIST. The Obelisk Gate goes to finals. Capsized Catastrophe, funny idea, well executed and nice performance, but alas, did not defeat the Gimle, did not defeat BBS Obelisk Gate, but you have some other things that you have defeated. Specifically, Capsized Catastrophe beat the DPS New Jack, and also the no? Yeah, that's what it did. Yeah, okay. It's not that many participants in the brackets here. Anyways, next battle. Right, so here we are for the third battle. This is Arc 2 by Mr. Panda, and that is also known as Commodore Owen in the army of GMODIST. So big thanks to our Mr. Panda Owen for supporting the channel as the highest level Patreon on, well, in the highest ranking officer in the army of GMODIST, I mean. However, that grants our Commodore no, well, advantages whatsoever for this tournament part, and the opponent is the UCS Resolute by Omicron, which is also in the army of GMODIST, ranking as a enlisted matros, I do believe. And this really funny design basically has turrets going like this, looking like some beetle, firing stuff from side to side. It's really fun. Let the battle commence, and we shall see which one of these are the stronger one. I do find it kind of funny that both of these designs are very bulky. Maybe bulky ships is a hallmark of army of GMODIST ship designers. That could definitely be the case, because we haven't seen anything to disprove that yet. Well, we got some strong sandblasting action here, and we can actually just quickly check what shells do we have coming in. We got shield disruptors, and we got frag, and the Resolute is throwing out a lot of heavy heads and yeah, kinetic damage. This is a design strategy that's also known as a sandblaster. If you would like to look at one of the most epic sandblasters that have been made to my knowledge, do check out Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider. We have a battle video, that versus the Gimle. It does break the Gimle rules, however, so it's not in the official tournament, unfortunately. But yeah, you can download it on the Steam Workshop if you want to see some really good sandblasting action, but it does lag a bit, just to warn you, because it has water pumps, which is bad in the Gimle challenge. Okay, so we're really drilling here. They are drilling away at each other. Very interesting to see if we look inside. It's paired with a laser as well, so we're not only sandblasting, we're also burning. It's a really good thing when you combine laser. Yeah, when you combine laser with sandblasting, you get the both of those worlds. Laser, like fire damage of any kind, and fragmentation is also a really good combo. And I just must say that putting windows on top of the hull like this, that's a really good idea. We should definitely steal that design strat from Omicron. The UCS Resolute, she looks so much better with this simple detail added. It looks like, yeah, it really gives something. Anyways, we should look at the battle. We have barely looked at Arc 2 by Mr. Panda. We are really drilling away here with this sandblasting damage. Man, are we core drilling or what? We need to pause this a little bit. Look at this thing. The damage inside the laser system is pretty insane. The sandblaster have already drilled a hole to the other side, which is why the sandblaster strat is a good one at that. Well, looks like the lambs are actually targeting these tiny shells as well, which is usually a better idea to not do. Zapping kinetic shells is just never worth it. The Omicron's Resolute is continuing to drill. It's really keeping one spot to drill really long, which is just the right strategy to have when having a sandblaster strategy. You should just drill until you get to the other side, and you need to calibrate the amount of time the AI changes to another target to be able to drill to the other side of the ship, and you have to basically, well, measure the opponent. But you want to, of course, switch targets as fast as possible to be able to target something new, because you don't want to be targeting and just drilling at a random, not important part. So that's kind of the balancing act, making it long enough but not too long. Well, the Arc 2, she has lost a few turrets, unfortunately. Or one turret. Laser is still burning, but I do feel it's burning with a lot less strength than it did before. And the Resolute is definitely in front of the pandas, our Commodores Arc 2. The Arc 2, she is at 75%, and the UCS Resolute is at 93%. Now, I was a little bit surprised that the Resolute did not defeat the Gimle. I was. But I do think the thing you can do, if you want to beat the Resolute, bring big crams. Because big crams will just make big explosions inside this thing, and it doesn't have the ability to evade them, of course, and you'll deal a lot of damage, is what I'm trying to say. Well, UCS Resolute looks like it's going to drill away to victory, because the Mr. Pandas design here is getting drilled at, and being a hydrofoil makes it real fast, but also makes it exposed to the full amount of drilling damage. Now, it's possible that this drill is having super cavitation bases. Yeah, they do, so it doesn't really matter it's over or underwater. However, what does matter is fire. When we are shooting at the boilers inside of the Arc 2, well, her boilers will start to spread the fire, and the fire will not be put out due to it being over the water. So if she was underwater, the fire from the boilers getting shot at wouldn't be too far, or wouldn't deal too much damage. Well, having a boiler destroyed is not good, of course, but yeah. Wow, okay, we lost we lost two of the main turrets here. So it's basically the laser left, because of this turret, while existing. Sorry Commodore, I didn't mean to jinx it, but well, it didn't matter anyways, because it didn't shoot anymore, because it was so damaged. And here we have this turret here as well. You can see inside of here we got a lot of blocks left, but due to we having a turret neck, we have a vulnerability in the design, and due to blocks being shot at the turret neck, this turret doesn't work at all. Why is the reason? This is the reason I never recommend turret necks. Please stop turret necks, thick necks only. Well, there are different design strats, but please check all the battles in the Gimle video if you want my reason for not wanting turret caps. There is a decapitation issue, very fun, with it, so you know. Wow! Arc 2, she is down to 58%, somehow still almost alive, but UCS Resolute by Omicron, well, looks like our AOG enlisted did some real good job making this thing dealing some serious damage. Because this thing, the UCS Resolute, has secured a place in the finals. As soon as the Arc 2 reaches under 55%, just to be very sure about what we're saying. Oh yes, there we are. So we can move on to the third and final battle for this video before the finals, where we basically selected out our 4 champions. Well, here we have it. The CNF Peach class battleship by Smart Dolphin, looking very peachy. Oh, and also big thanks to our Commodore own Mr. Panda for sending in the design, and of course also to Omicron from Matros for sending in that design, and very congratulations. But anyways, here we are with CNF Peach by Smart Dolphin, who is in the Ecclesiarchy of GMODIST, last I checked. And yeah, that grants you early access to videos, by the way, if you're wondering where that exists, and it's on YouTube memberships. But anyways, and I don't remember really exactly, you know, who is enlisted or not in the army of GMODIST. That's only if they recently participated in a challenge where you have to be that. Then I remember it. So it's possible that both Sangluna and Smart Dolphin is in the army of GMODIST as well. But anyways, here we have by Sangluna the Hagelslag, and we shall be starting this battle and see which is the stronger one. Getting some lead shots fired out there, and bam! Smart Dolphin is really swarming with shots here. Look at those new tracers. They look so nice nowadays. Oh, bam! What's happening? Why is the Hagelslag so low? Well, the CNF Peach class is at 100%, and the Hagelslag is at 97. Damn. Well, we got this confetti tricolore army popping in here with a different fun mix of shells. And they are grazing the superstructure. We got some serious EMP, we have some heat shells. And bam, we have brought down the CNF Peach. She is at 96%, and the Hagelslag is as well. So now it's very even. The CNF Peach opts for fragmentation rounds. Both big, small, I mean, and big. While the Hagelslag, she is opting for... is this is hash right, or is that hollow point? I mix them up sometimes. Yeah, I think, never mind. And this is hollow point, right? These are hollow point. No, this is, sorry. This is hash, and this is hollow point with EMP and frag, right? We got a mix, and then we have this thing here, which is... never mind. I need to check up exactly how they look. Actually, I have something in store for that, but you'll see that later. Oh, we got some fire damage too. Well, damage is rolling in here, and the CNF Peach is brought down to 94% just. So while having an early lead, it doesn't necessarily give the man. The Hagelslag, she's really inaccurate. There's a lot of shells that are just missing. Like, the CNF Peach isn't evasive, right? Can't be that. Look at that low, like, firing speed. Isn't it beautiful to see them arc like this? It's a real arc. All right. Look at that damage. That's just so much. Drilled away. Good to have some metal there. Metal being the best armor for the price. Not health points. I didn't say health points. Best armor for the cost. Oh well. And And the CNF Peach, she isn't looking very happy either. We have fires all over the place, but it's spitting out the damage like crazy, like always. CNF Peach is just behind with 2% right now, so it doesn't tell anything. Neither of these designs seems to be especially evasive, and both of these designs have a real hard problem hitting. Now, the Hagelslag has the... Sangluna has the really smart idea to add to the Hagelslag timed fuses so that if not exploding on the target, the shells at least try to explode around the target. It does seem that the timing may be a little bit too late, but it may be a detection error as well, so I can't say that with confidence. Look at that. We're spitting out damage, but the CNF Peach is brought down to 85% just so. The Hagelslag, she is really holding the lead. Both of them are looking real sad, and like everything that's under fire, that's like actively burning, just looks so much more sad in general, even though that doesn't have to mean much at all. Oh well. Well, more damage is popping in, and we can clearly see that the CNF Peach is more than 10% behind. And if you forgot, we are looking at the CNF Peach right now. We will have to look at its glorious demise. The beautiful art gallery is being destroyed as we speak. What a crime against culture. But Sangluna's Hagelslag is a stronger battleship, and well, bringing an art gallery, while very nice, will not give you an advantage, unfortunately, in the decisive battle. No, indeed. You will still lose. But I will say this. Beautiful design. We can almost keep a little lock on here. Can you like come back? Thank you. To enjoy the art while it lasts. Because of course at 63% we can just like watch this direction and just pretend that the damage isn't being dealt. Oh, sad stuff. Well, we'll need to check the state of the Hagelslag. By the way, big congratulations to Sangluna. You have secured your spot in the finals. So, other than that, also of course big thanks to Smart Dolphin. Very cool design, and I really appreciated that little art gallery inside of it. It really made it super fun. Well, there we have it indeed. We have a result. It is final. Man, the Hagelslag is really fast. 62 is its speed. Bam. I love the new tracers. They look so much cooler. Well, RIP Peach class. We now know the lineup for the finals. We are going to we're going to have Rollo by Imp. We're gonna have the BBS Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try. We're going to have the UCS Resolute by Omicron, and we're going to have the Hagelslag by Sangluna, and they will fight for a spot in the finals.
GMODIST. Ladies and gentlemen, You are watching the finals of the losers bracket. Of course, we're gonna have the winners bracket as well. But it is the final of the losers bracket, which is something to celebrate a little bit. So I will say cheers very much, and we'll let the finals of the Gimle battles commence. And if you enjoyed it, do not forget to like this video. And first out, we are having Rollo by Imp, and as you probably know, Imp has a lot of ships in the winners bracket, and the only design that Imp constructed that actually lost against the Gimle class, well, here it is in the finals. And it will be facing the obelisk gate over here. Yes, I do realize I need to reload the battle because I always forget which is an airship. Anyways, this is the BBS Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try. And Kevin Try is our matros, indeed. So this is an Onyx Watch fan build, if that is not obvious. And before the battles will start, I'll just want to say huge thanks to all of the members in the Ecclesiarchy. And you're watching this video early. Probably. Because you can. As a YouTube member. Anyways, also big thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Lieutenants Anto, Cravey, Flaros Dagon, Josef Wichovsky, Hard by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Proel, and Scuba Rocks. And all our cadets. Your continuous support helps us a lot to make this content. Anyways, huge thanks to you that are watching this video as well. If nobody watched our videos, we wouldn't make them anyways. So do indeed like the video and, well, stay tuned. Let us restart this battle with some better elevation and let the battles commence. Well, I think this is pretty exciting. Here we have her, the obelisk gate. Let indeed the battles begin. Now, alright, guns are aiming and they're blazing. We got some pack damage incoming here. Ew, very interesting. I wonder... Ew, do we have a Pierce pack here? I think we got the Pierce pack. And we got the very characteristic stream of damage. It's bobbing up and down like crazy, trying to avoid imaginary cram shells. Oh, look at that. The obelisk gate is really struggling with all these incoming shots. Man, the water looks messed up. Since this... Yeah, we can't have the fancy GPU ocean for obvious reasons. The battle is already stuttering a little bit. I'm starting to suspect maybe the obelisk gate has some performance issues. I'm not sure though, because it does adhere to the rules, and I did make sure that we spawned the battle version this time. I hope we did last time. Well, whatever. Oh, bam! Obelisk gate took some damage. What is Rollo popping in here? That's some serious cram shells. Damn, that deals some damage. Cram damage is king. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. If you're able to hit your opponent with cram shells, it is the damage type to deal maximum amount of damage. It's not even a debate, it's just fact. However, if your enemy is able to avoid getting hit, well, that's another story. If your enemy won't get hit even by your cram shells at all, then they are pretty safe. That's for sure. But if they will, bring some crams. It does surprise me a little bit that the obelisk gate does not come with some extra crams, but it has made it pretty far into the losers bracket. We are here in finals. We're gonna have 1-2 battles,
And then we're gonna have a third battle, and that battle will be very decisive, which will be able to get a spot. So basically, where we are right now, there is basically gonna be one of these 4 opponents in this video is not gonna have a place on the podium, unfortunately. Yeah, at least they can know that it's not you know, it's not personal. It might as well be luck based, you know. Not that that makes anyone happier, but we can see that Rollo has really the upper hand here. 96% by the obelisk gate is at 90, but the obelisk gate is, as you already know, a water-based design, which obviously has some some perks, because when the Rollo gets damaged, it's going down into the water and it's instantly going to despawn. So I am going to stick with what I know, and I'm going to assume that the BBS obelisk gate is going to the finals. I guess it's technically the semi-finals right now. This and the next battle is the semi-finals, right? And then we have the finals next battle, supposedly. Depending on who wins, to be honest. It's a little bit weird, but challenge.com makes my brackets, and they're pretty reliable, so they know what they're doing. I don't. Well, anyways, I just love these material storage boxes, just like duct taped on top of the rear of the ship. It's kind of cool. Well, we're popping some scary crams here, that's for sure, and they are doing serious frag damage. Serious frag damage. Look at that. Oh, no, it didn't take it out right. I'm almost looking to slow down time a little bit here. Perhaps we should even dive in and see what's happening here. Crams are like really scary. You cannot stop them. You can only evade them. Which is why a airship-based cram platform like the Rollo technically, like theoretically, should be a really good design that's really like safe. But then again, the Rollo, she actually lost against the Gimle. Gimle handed her own ass. So there is that. Sometimes theory doesn't hold up, you know. That's why we have the long hours of Imperial testing videos. Right. So did it get it obviously got through there. Oh, look at that. We have some EMP damage there. I do not remember exactly what happened in each battle. We had so many Gimle battles that you have to forgive me for not remembering exactly what happened in each battle. But I do hope that the obelisk gate is properly EMP secured, because otherwise we will have issues. Let us speed up time to normal time, or as normal as can be. Ooh, ouch. Well, those mortars aren't very scary, so you know, it's like the Gimle's mortars. They're really overrated. It's just very scary for people who put no armor on the deck. Well, of course a hollow point cram cannon hitting your turret will hurt if you have no armor on the top of the turret. So there is that, but you know. And that's also a thing. Sometimes it can be really valuable to basically not have a failsafe on your weapons. When it comes to laser system, if you're trying to armor your laser like output tube with a lot of armor, it can be a little bit dangerous to have it armored, because if you do, the failsafe will hinder it from firing when the laser outputs are getting damaged, because they cannot have a safe fail-safe area through the tube. And that can cause some real problems, because that can mean that your laser isn't firing at all. So for lasers, it's generally a better idea to turn off the failsafe and make sure that you limit the turret's turning angles, so it technically cannot shoot on your own ship, or set up the failsafe to be really narrow and very short. But yeah, it can be safer to turn it off. So there is that too. It's better that, for example, a laser turret burns through its own protective tube if it can't fire it at all anyways, than not firing at all. Alright, the Rollo is really keeping its upper hand here. It looks like the Obelisk Gate may not be able to get this battle as a victory, as I did assume. It looks like Imp, our very high successful builder for the Gimle battles, is probably gonna provide a victory here. 94%, it hasn't moved that much for some time. I don't know if the Obelisk Gate's cram cannons are just not... Oh, it shot itself. Speaking of the devil, as they say, I suppose that it basically did not have a failsafe there done. Well. Probably a good example. It's really important to keep dealing damage. If you can't keep dealing damage, it's something wrong with your design. 73%, yes, bam! These battles are very hardcore, because there is of course only one battle that is going to decide here. The loser's bracket is pretty hardcore, and that is, if you didn't know that, that's because the loser's bracket for the Gimle challenge is an afterthought. I did actually not intend to show participants against the Gimle whom lost against the Gimle again. But I decided to let in the best of the losers in the winner's bracket again, since the game had some updates and it's possible that some stuff has actually changed, which could potentially change the results. For example, fire damage was introduced between the first iteration of the Gimle, and above that, something else was, besides fire, we also had APS get a little damage buff, and of course with fire comes that laser does fire damage, so all wooden designs are effectively weaker than they were when the battles of the Gimle started. Sorry. So that can be good to know. So I decided to basically let the best of the losers participate again, because you never know, they may be a victor. Well, rest in peace, BBS Obelisk Gate. It is confirmed we will see no more of the BBS Obelisk Gate. It is a very valiant, strong and fun looking design with all its interior and stuff. If you want to check out that, please check out the earlier video with the Obelisk Gate battling the Gimle. Next big battle we're having, I'm going to put in some kind of disclaimer bracket, whatever, that all submissions can be made public or something like that, because right now we don't have that. So unfortunately, I cannot share any of the designs which participated in the Gimle battles. However, if you want to get hold on some of the design, for example, Imp's designs, you can go into our Discord channel, and in the From the Depth, I don't remember if it's in the From the Depth channel or if it's in the Army of GMODIST channel, but anyways, there is a pinned message with a link to to a Google Drive, and that Google Drive contains all the participants that saw the message and decided to share the design for public view. A few of the Gimle participants are also available in Steam Workshop. Not a lot of them though. And the ones that are not in the folder in the Google Drive for public access, well, you basically have to go to the GMODIST's community here on our Discord and basically ask the person. Because the thing is, when we participate in the Gimle challenge and any other challenge from Army of GMODism or just GMODism channel, we're always using people's Discord names as like the participant name. So you can basically just ask folks, and yeah, it's very simple like that. Anyways, big congratulations to Imp. The Rollo is going to the finals. Very, very scary. We're gonna see, however, if it's the UCS Resolute or the Hagelslag, which will be meeting the Rollo in single combat. And naturally, if you are participating in the Gimle battles and you want to share your design publicly with whomever, remember to go to said link and upload your design to the Google Drive so other people can access it. And if you really want them to access this, the sooner better, because when you watch this video, it's probably good that it's there pretty fast. So if you're watching this video and you check the folder now, check in like a week, and maybe it's there, the design you're looking for, I don't know. Just ask the builder on our Discord otherwise. Here we are. This is the Hagelslag by Sanglune. Very classical battleship design, with azibods and everything that a proper battleship needs. A narrow interior. Then we got the UCS Resolute by Omicron, which is a hilarious design, which is actually surprisingly strong due to, you know, the builder, Omicron, seemed to not think it's that strong, but it's surprisingly good. We're here in semi-finals, so that is a receipt that it is objectively, definitely, one of the strongest designs in the losers bracket, period. So even if Omicron may be a little bit not satisfied, well, I don't think you should be, because the UCS Resolute is objectively one of the strongest thing in the losers bracket, and you can just look at a list of people that are not in the semi-finals, and you can definitely be assured that this is objectively a really strong and really good design. If it had some more luck, it could probably have won over the Gimle. Yeah. All right. We're starting off strong here. It doesn't look as dramatic, the damage that the Omicron's Resolute is dealing, because it is a sand blaster. So we are vigorously drilling away here, and you can see it's drilling away at that turret. Oh my god, I think it killed the turrets. Ooh, bam! Look at that. That's some serious dealing damage. Look at this turret. It's absolutely messed up. Someone has killed its... oh, bam! The turret is about to fall off any second. Man, we need to pause this thing. Look at it. Look at it. Nothing is down here, so it's only some armor blocks, but it doesn't matter, because its weapon controller computer is gone anyways, so yeah, it's not coming back. I wonder if it's EMP insulated. Perhaps the UC Resolute uses a tiny bit of EMP as well? I don't remember. It might just be some luck that killed the block. Probably. EMP at this scale isn't very normal, let's say. Yeah, proper sandblasting strategy. A lot of people popping sandblasters are putting in fins to it as well. However, I will want to say that it is better to use tracers instead of fins, because tracers will make the shots accurate as well, but they will not make them slower. Now, of course, if you have to make sure they can shoot underwater as well, this is another point here. But still, fins will just make you deal less damage, honestly. Well, back to the battles. We got the Resolute over there, and we got the Hagelslag over here. It is very, very, very even. 88 versus 88 percentages. They are both APS-based systems, but they are dealing damage in completely different ways. We have a kinetic sandblaster on one side, right here actually, and where we came from, we have a mostly sham design. So we're dealing chemical damage. Basically, we got some EMP, we got some explosive, we got some frag. We got a party mix of shells, basically, but in different shells. And they are friendly, colored, 3 colors very easily. Tricolore, but different. It's here yellow, red, yellow, red, and blue. What flag is that? I'm not that good at flags. Post in the comments what flag that is. There are several, I bet, but you know. If you know a flag with those 3 colors only, post it. Post it in the comments field. Anyways, Hagelslag is really providing some crazy damage. The Resolute, she looks like she's about to die. Really does. And then you look at the score, and then you realize that the thing we looked at is actually in the lead. So, if that's the case, how does Sanglunes Hagelslag look? Well, she ain't looking great, but I think the oh no, another turret has been killed. Well, those local weapon controllers would need some more armor, that is very certain. Omicron's drilling is just drilling away, and it's just... Man, I do think that this is very interesting. So Resolute's Omicron is basically targeting underwater mostly. It seems that it mostly wants to target block underwater, and that basically means that it will sandblast on areas where people are most likely to put turret spin blocks and stuff like that. So it actually has great potential of killing the local weapon controller, the turret block, like vital components on designs like the Hagelslag or similar. And you can see that on the score. Hagelslag's lead in score is it's 1% bigger now than it was before. Obviously, the Resolute isn't doing great either. Honestly, either of this design could easily have won, no question about it. You can see that only 1 out of 6. No. Okay, they were just reloading. Okay, so many of the guns are actually still working. Bam! These are sturdy. We have some real chunky armor here. A lot of wood, which is objectively the best health point sponge block there is in From the Depth. you get the most amount of health points per material if you use wood, so it's great. And here we got the Hagelslag. She uses a very unusual armor scheme. I'm not sure I commented on this before, but we shall definitely do that now. You can see we have a lot of spaced armor. We have alloy and even some heavy armor as stacked wedges like this. I wouldn't do that, because if you do that, you are not safe against fire damage. If you bring Oxidizer, you can still deal damage underwater. And they're not safe against Thump. And I would probably want to backstack this era here too. Also, when you have a separated block like this, you don't get the AC bonus. So it's usually better to have one. Yeah, and then one block backing it, but whatever. This is not a video that's explaining how to build ships. The Hagelslag is obviously a great design that's really good and basically objectively better than anything else in the losers bracket, except these four. These other three contestants in the finals. Anyways. We shall see, however, if the Resolute is able to really keep it up. Because if the Resolute gets her last guns killed, she has absolutely no chance at all. But it seems that these guns are some pretty sturdy setup. I bet they are not set up with a failsafe, because that would be potentially devastating. I don't know though. Maybe Omicron will describe this in the comments field. What is definite, however, is that this thing should definitely switch sides. Man, it's so damaged on this side, it's not even funny. So I got a strong feeling that if it would have swapped sides, it would absolutely, no question about it, be able to win this battle. Why is the Hagelslag going backwards? Oh no! No, 3 turrets are disabled completely, even though the turret cap is still there. Hagelslag at 66%. It's not looking great, but the Omicron's Resolute is at 70%, and that is a difference of 4%, which is actually a little less gap than it was before. This is an extremely even battle. I think anyone can tell that either of these designs could have won it. Could win this battle. Could still, actually. But obviously, at this point, I do believe a little bit more in the UCS Resolute. But we shall see. We shall see who takes it home, because 69 versus 65, it is a very, very, very narrow gap. Man, it just takes a really good hit of either party to be able to win it, and that is as it always is. Very, very interesting. 67 versus 64. This is absolutely insane. We have fighters all over the place. This battle is so much luck-based. I do think that Sanglune and Omicron is really clenching their seats right now, because this is a very interesting battle. Omicron is in the lead by 2%, and it's very, very obvious that the Hagelslag or the Resolute could win this. Now, I do honestly think that the UCS Resolute has a better chance against the Rollo than the Hagelslag has, because the Hagelslag's shells are just a little bit too slow. yeah, they are just a little bit too slow. I don't think they will be able to hit the roller, if I'm gonna be quite honest. And if the Hagelslag takes this home, well, I think that the Rollo will be the victor of the losers bracket, which would be pretty funny. Oof. Resolute's Omicron is at 64%. This is extremely even. 3 turrets are still active. And this Hagelslag by Sangluna is at 62%. Oh no, the Resolute! Look at it, 63% versus 62. The Hagelslag is really digging in here and dealing some serious damage. This is very, very, very tight. It is so even, it's not even funny anymore. Look at this thing. I think we only have 1 gun working. No? I think we have 2 guns working. Maybe. Yeah, we do. I think one of them are a little bit messed up, to be honest. And the Resolute is keeping its lead here, 62% versus Hagelslag. She is at 61%. Oh no, they are both at 61%. They basically have the exact same score. Oh my. Oh my, didn't I set a 10-minute limit? Was it a 15-minute limit? Oh man, the rules should stop the battle immediately if we have a time limit. Maybe it was 15 minutes, I assume. Because I restarted the game recently, so it's yeah. By the way, if you have played for days, never turned off the game and it lags real bad, try to restart the game. It usually solves a lot of performance issues. So when I loaded in a lot of ships for some battles or something like that, and then like the FPS kind of drop, there is some kind of memory leak problem or something like that in From the Depth. I'm not really sure, but basically then it can be a good idea to basically restart From the Depth and maybe even the computer, and it's usually fine. Just so you know. Resolute is now at 57.8%, and the Hagelslag is at 61.5%. Oh no. The UCS Resolute is not dealing damage anymore. I do think that if it's not gonna deal damage, well, we probably can tell that the victor will be the Hagelslag by Sangluna. 56%, just a few percentages from the spawning on the Omicron side. This is the Hagelslag, and I think we'll see the Hagelslag fighting against the Rollo. We shall see though. 55.4, 55.2, 1.5. Oh, there we have it. Big congratulations to Hagelslag by Sangluna. This is a really good battleship design, and it was really successful in defeating the Resolute Omicron, which we will not be able to see again. Look at the poor thing. It looks very, very sad. Well, the score is indeed finalized. So we're going to go to the last battles, the final. Will it be the Hagelslag by Sangluna, or will it be the Rollo by Imp, which is the strongest ship in the loser's bracket? But the strongest ship, as promised, will get their spot in the winner's bracket, so, you know, that's something. To, like, win and hope that the updates has been kind to your design? But man, that was crazy even. Crazy even. By the way, when you like check out stuff, you can see like the version number on participants. You can see some like the Singularity version 2 and the Obelisk Gate here, like the version number. You can see who's been working like extremely hard getting the design exactly how they want it, so that's fun. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the finals? Well, I'm not, so cheers for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we have them. If you haven't liked the video already, this is a good time to do so. This is the BB29-9P3K Hagelslag by Sangluna, which has proven itself to be a most formidable combatant that will hand most other opponents in the loser's bracket its own ass. Versus Rollos, or no, Imp's Rollo, the very funny airship frontsider cram delivery system thing with a natural solarium type of area, with really funny ass cram cannons that are attached to the innards with a tiny connection tube that makes it hilarious. Let the battle commence. Which will be the strongest combatant in the loser's bracket? I don't know, but we will see. Oh, bam! Was that the pack? That's like a Doom pack level system, man. Well, anyways. Rollo takes the lead because it's not gonna be hit, and I do suspect that Rollo's Imp will have a good chance of winning this, because look how she's dodging. Do we have like any shell hitting yet? Basically no. Look at the damage, 99.7%, just basically nothing hit it so far. More and more will hit it, but since it has so thick front armor, I'm wondering if that's gonna be enough. Hagelslag is at 96.9%, so it's still early. But Rollo, she is at 99.5%, so it is a lead, of course. The Hagelslag, she's a really quick ship, so it's hard to hit it with crams, but it's still possible, absolutely possible. And they, of course, deal some serious damage. Well, Rollo, she is still at 99%, as I said that we went down to 98.797, okay. Oh no. It's fun to look close, but not that close. Like proper RTS view. Anyways, let us indeed look at the... Oh, it's just bopping up and down like this. Oh, bam! Sangluna's Hagelslag got a real serious hit there. Something scary was hit. We can see that we lost a turret. A big hole is now here where there once was a turret. Looks like many of the remaining turrets are damaged as well. We get incoming shots here. Is it so that Imp is going to basically prove that the Rollo lost was just pure bad luck? Who knows? Maybe Rollo will be the victor of the Gimle losers bracket, effectively having another go, or having the chance of another go with the upgraded Gimle. For the winners bracket of the Gimle, I have decided to include the upgraded version of the Gimle, which is not yet done, but a work in progress thing. Because that's fun. I want to see if I could make improvements that basically makes it beat stuff, but well, we shall see. That is not done yet, just the planning stage, but you'll see that later when it comes out. 97%. Rollo is keeping its grounds very, very well. Looks like Sanglune couldn't just bring some systems to be able to deal with the Rollo, which isn't surprising. I would think that the the Omicron's UCS Resolute would have better chances against the Imp. But maybe we can check out such a battle as a little extra battle just for fun. Later, we'll see. Alright. Hagelslag, she is at 83%-ish. Well, it's not all over. You can see that 5 out of 6 cannons is working. Or maybe 4.5, because one is literally half. The barrel is off. 81 versus 96%. Is it just me, or did like the damage dealing aspect of this battle kind of slow down a little bit? Kind of feels like that. Bam! That's a lot of blocks missing. Look at it. The Hagelslag isn't looking very happy. That we have to say. Man, look at this thing. Oh, the front turret is disabled, but we got 4 turrets left and some auxiliary ones as well. 78%. It's still dealing damage though, it's just that, oh bam, we got a pretty bad hit there over at Rollo's. Imp's design that lost against the Gimle is surely a very strong design nonetheless. Hagelslag, also very beautiful design, but here we have 1, 2, 3 turrets. Oh bam, 2 are disabled. This is very, very, very interesting. I feel like I don't know who will win, honestly. I think Rollo's Imp will win due to the lead in terms of materials, but again, it's also an airship, so it could be sunken much easier. If it gets too damaged, it will fall into the water, and if it does, it's a dead, basically. Oh, bam, look at that. It's only one. We only have an auxiliary turret shooting at incoming stuff. Then we have like one sad APS turret. 64%. Well, I suspect that the Imp by Rollo will be the victor. We're gonna see though. Sometimes, dependent on where a participant started, there might be an extra battle to decide for sure which is the winner. 60% versus 95. I'm pretty sure that Imp's Rollo will take this home. She is a quite good battleship indeed. So even though Imp's design that did not defeat the Gimle, it apparently is probably the best one the losers bracket had to come with anyways, which is absolutely crazy. Oh bam, 55.3%. It is official in any second now that Rollo by Imp is the best ship in the losers bracket, which is going to have another chance in the winners bracket. Man. Imp has so many designs in the losers bracket, in the winners bracket I mean, that it's absolutely insane. So that Imp is able with a losing design to win in losers bracket and get back into the proper Gimle tournament, well, we must say that Rollo has definitely proven its worth. Decisively. Well, congratulations, Imp. Well, the results are as followings. First place in the losers bracket, we have Imp with Rollo. So congratulations there to your gold. The second place goes to St. Lunas BB29 9P3K Haggle Slag. And the third place goes to BBS Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try. So congratulations to your spots in the winners bracket. And good news. All of you three, bronze, silver and gold, will go to the winners bracket and participate in double elimination Gimle Tournament. So your ship has a proper chance of winning it all again. And perhaps it just were unlucky facing the Gimle that first time. We don't know, but you'll know later, because you're gonna be in the property Gimle battle, 3 of you. Now, I was a little bit tempted to see the UCS Resolute fight the Rollo, so we're gonna have that as an extra battle right now. Alright, there we have it. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how this battle commences. Will the Rollo be able to defeat the UCS Resolute as well, or not? Ooh, the swarm of Shem shells are just popping in here and dealing some serious surface damage. Now comes the real interesting part. These sandblasters. Oh bam, what? Oh, they are doubling as sieves? Oh yeah, right, they are. They're doubling as sieves. Bam. Bam, that is effective damage. Look at that thing. They're just sandblasting away, popping here in the Rollo, the winner of the losers bracket. And of course, when we have a tournament, it is always to some extent luck based, because obviously it matters which opponent you are facing. And these sandblasting shells, they're just digging pretty deep here. That's pretty interesting. Look at that. If they're focusing in the front here, I suppose they're gonna dig down some deep holes here, and due to this being an airship, those deep holes can be absolutely devastating. Resolute is behind, and Rollo in front of us by Imp is actually in the lead here too. I love these little rear crank cannons, they're so funny. Well, the drilling mechanism, I don't know where it's trying to target. It's just weird. Should probably be set up to target hot blocks, but I don't know how anyone set it up, so... Easy to check, easy to check. Oh yeah, we have some scary parts falling out of here. Look at that, that's some custom jet engines, obviously. Excuse my keyboard there. I will not recommend anyone to get the Corsair keyboard, to be quite honest. There are some issues, yeah. But better a Corsair keyboard than a Lenovo laptop. We're not sponsored by any tech company, so I can... I'll make some videos going through honest recommendations of what to avoid and what to use here. Very interesting. So, please let me lock on. The Resolute is indeed shooting at those cramshells. She is keeping her ground here. Some damage still gets through, but like not that much, to be honest. Despite this, the Rollo, she's still in the lead, and the Resolute is behind. Look at that indeed. I like these little windows, by the way. They're like very cozy. Well. Getting some shells incoming, and they are being killed by Resolute's Civs setup. Yes. Well, the battle is just continuing here. It's like... it's surprisingly uneventful. I would have suspected that the sandblasting damage would actually deal some quicker damage. I did not expect so much of its firepower to be spent on switching targets and shooting at those incoming cramshells instead. A lot of the outputs are of course hurt, so there is that. There has been some updates to the game, you see. Honestly, I think that if the Resolute did not shoot at the incoming cramshells and just focused on dealing damage towards the Rollo, I actually think the Rollo would already have been dead by now. Because this sandblasting strat we're using here is pretty neat. Now, I tried to lock on to some shells, and this was a big mistake. But funny thing with airships, when they get hurt, however, they can sink pretty quickly. Resolute 82%, Rollo's Imp at 93. Man, that they're switching target and working, like doing double duty as civs is not to its advantage. It's like the Gimle's lambs. For many opponents it would actually be much better if the Gimle did not try to use its lambs at all, but just dealing damage to the enemy. That would be much more effective, especially airships. Like the Rollo. Dealing damage with lasers is usually better than whatever you can protect yourself with laser. And it's kind of same for Civs cannons. Making them doing double work as Civs isn't the best idea if it's not very controlled ranges or stuff like that. Perhaps the UCS Resolute, after all, will not be able to beat the Rollo, despite my assumptions or guesses that it would. Really nice to have the UCS Resolute here in the finals. But of course, the first place is already decided, and together with that, the second and third place as well, so it's not like this is changing anything. Well, the UCS Resolute at 69.7%. We do not know for certain, but the Rollo seems to indeed have been stronger than it anyways. So it was a really nice to just check out, interesting to see, but it's still at 93%. Oh my lord, look at that unload of chemical firepower. Resolute is being brought down to 66%. Damn! We got the gun still working here, but I don't think it matters very much. Honestly, I think we should look at the brackets just so that you can see how they looked like. Yeah. As a recap. Well, here we have the brackets. You can see Gimle After Party, Rackenslang, Argente Gris, Valantis, Super Meg, Old Jack, New Jack, Royal Bastard, Nevada, Super Annihilator, Gimle Mark II, Resolute, Millennium Zenith, Singularity V2, BBS 5th Season version 2, CBX Exerfire, and then our new popping in Rollo. We got the BB Gunner. We got the Obelisk Gate, Capsized Catastrophe, Arc 2, Haragnor, and the Hagelslag, and the CNF Peach. Beautiful designs, but at our semifinals we got Rollo, Obelisk Gate, UCS Resolute, Hagelslag, but the winner was of course the Rollo by Imp. So the only design that Imp submitted that lost against the Gimle is the best in losers bracket. And we even tried it against the Resolute because I thought it would have had a better chance. Anyways, second place then goes to which was it now? BBS Obelisk Gate and Hagelslag is to in third place in whatever order it was. And all three of them are going to be seen in the Gimle brackets in the official double elimination. Now over here we actually reached the time limit, but the UCS Resolute is indeed about to despawn and Rollo would have won. Anyways, if you shared my suspicion, you can rest assured that the Rollo is just completely much more strong anyways. Yeah. Well, big congratulations to Imp. You have a really good chance of winning the winners bracket too, since even the ship that was sent to losers bracket will now return to the winners brackets. And well, the rest of your ships are already there, so man, your statistical chance of winning the entire tournament is like great. So congratulations in advance, I guess. We'll see. There are some really strong designs that are not built by Imp that's there too, and they might as well just take home the entire party. Anyways, huge thanks for watching the losers bracket of the Gimle Tournament. Again,